Good morning. Today is 22nd of April 2025 and we're going to be racing today. Today we're going to be racing at Queanbeyan. This is in New South Wales. This is how the track looks like. And the ground reading is soft. This is a rural track and the last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post somewhere here. Probably here is about 400 meters. So that's the last mile. This is going to go clockwise and we've got about 7 races here today. And we'll see what we can do. This is a rural track. They do not have the right stocks and it's a place where we'll have to be very cautious playing. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we do make changes with our picks and then place our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making quick decisions and decisions that are in favor of us. So that's exactly what we try and do. So I've got 3 tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the live feed. The second one is RaceNet, where we take a look at the odds and the scratchings. And the third one is PalmerBet, where we take a look at the winning numbers when we need the official numbers from an official source and we cannot make out. So that's what we have. I've got the races. I'm obviously going to stay away from the first one. We'll see how it works. But I'll share my thoughts once I have a clarity. All right, this is how the first one looks like. We've got the odds. The odds are 1, 6, 3, and 2. So that 1 is the favorite. Then 6, 3, and 2. Now it's 1,000 meter. And it's a maiden race. So there's no doubt that 1 is probably one of the best contenders. There's no doubt about that. But the fact is, it's got 4 races and it has done nothing in last 4 races. The advantage is there. There's a lot of advantage with this horse. There's a possibility of doing a lot of stuff, but the fact remains that it did not do anything in last 4 races. So if that's not the case, then what are the other possibilities? That 3 is a colt, which is number 2, and if you look at the BB, both of them are neutral, by the way. But this one, the 2, has one of the best jockeys that's there. One of the best jockeys. The best jockey is probably on 1. So that's this colt is the second one in management. So that's there. The 3 is going to be there. The 3 is going to be there, but how it will play is something that we will watch and see. The footwork is great on 2. The footwork is great on 2, and it's in a lot more relaxed position. Though the pressure line is less, it's 73% on this, but it's still less. This is 3 is a better horse, but 2 has a lot of advantage today. It's got the footwork and everything. So it's between 2 and 3, but I like 2, and we're going to stay out. I'm going to stay out, and we'll see how it works. 1 is the favorite, but 2 probably is the one. We'll see how it works. The best jockey is here, which is on 1. But it has 4 races, did nothing, with 71% downdrift. Possibilities are 2, 3, 5. 2, 3, 5, and then if something happens with 1, that's a separate thing. Or 2, 3, 5. 6 is there. 0, it's good. 6 is also there. It's a 2-year-old filly. But out of all this, I think, 1 is dicey. 1 winning is dicey. But 2 looks in better position. 2 and 3 both are in good positions, but I like 2. We'll see how it works. And the first one, I'm going to be out.
Obviously, where there's smoke, there is fire. 3 is fine and rare from the Tim Cook stable at Rockhampton. Ash Butler to ride gate 4, 58.5 kilos. Tongue tie off again. Son of Olympic Glories had the 1 run back from a break straight into a 1400, a staying type, and maybe under pressure in the straight. So maybe had a couple of excuses, can improve here, but backing trip as well. We go to the 4, Naughty Noddy from the Tim Cook stable at Rockhampton. Montana Philpott to ride gate 7, takes 2 kilos off down to 56.5 kilos. Blinkers first time. Son of Instinction. Well,
this is Rockhampton.
Will benefit from the run, just getting a little stirred up anew from the yard. The 5 is Rumble from the Ben Aaron stable at Bow Desert. Ryan Wiggins, the ride gate 5, 57.5 kilos. And a Piarata is a light style of horse, not a lot to him. He's out of a Rosse mare. He's had the one run back. That was on a heavy 10 at Ballina over 1,000 metres. It just didn't suit him at all after being slow to begin. The trial was okay. Look, he was solid enough at Eagle Farm on debut last preparation, so he's definitely not the worst here. I think he's got a great chance. The 6 is Spellhound from the Stuart Kendrick stable at the Sunshine Coast. Leah, gate 3. She takes 3 kilos off, down to 54.5 kilos. Blinkers off first time, a son of Hellbent, who was placed on the poly track at the Sunshine Coast 2 back. Didn't have a lot of luck at Doomben last start over 1,200 metres. Began awkward, was wide throughout, so maybe well placed coming up to Rockhampton, you'd say, today. And the 7 to round them out is Fancy the Legend from the Leone Horseman stable at Rockhampton. Chris McIver to ride, gate 2, 56.5 kilos. A mare by So You Think. She's out of a Choiseul mare, bred in the purple. She's had the one run up this way. She was fractious in the barriers and just didn't finish off, so I'd prefer others at this stage. Now, I can tell you the 4, Naughty Noddy, has dumped Montana Philpott on the way out. Very, very stirred up. She got to her feet. She's about to jump back on again. She's pretty tough. That's a look at them as they head to the gates for race 2 at Rockhampton. It's the tab maiden plate over 1,200 metres. My numbers 5, 6, 2 and 3. That's Naughty Noddy putting on a nice old exhibition out there. She's brave, this girl, I tell you. I'm with the 5 here, Rumble from the Ben Aaron stable. I just think he's brought this horse up to place well today, son of Pierato. As I said, there's not much to him. He's a fairly light sort of horse, but look, he didn't really show much on a heavy track first up, so you would think this is going to suit a lot better back on top of the ground. And well, I think he's got a great chance. He's drifting in the market dramatically up to $10, but yeah, I think it's a great chance here. The 6 Spellhound from the Kendrick stable gets the claim for Leah Martin and was placed on the poly there 2 back. Look, genuine excuses at Doomben last start, so you can forgive their Spellhound for sure. Blinkers come off first time. I think the main danger, obviously, and at the short price, it's in Embezzled Heart. Look, there's continued money for this runner, Embezzled Heart, so you would expect to be nice and forward. Has been gelded, good trial, so keep very, very safe. And the 3 Fine and Rare from the Tim Cook stable will be better for that first up run, but a stay, it might just need another run or 2. 5, 6, 2 and 3. I can tell you that Naughty Noddy is not going around, so Naughty by name and by nature, obviously, is Noddy, and Montana Philpott's back in. She was thrown off as they went out and just refused to let anyone back on for some of the distinction. So he won't be going around. He will come out, who was the outsider in this field, Naughty Noddy. So no Naughty Noddy today. 5, 6, 2 and 3 are my numbers. Shenny, have you got a Naughty Noddy at home?
No, I don't actually. That's not the best way to start your career, is it? Naughty Naughty was having his first start today, but didn't want to participate. Anyway, hopefully next time around they can get into the barriers and some of his best behaviour then. But for now, our favourite Spellhound, $1.65. Shot us $1.55 at one point. That was when we first came to the yard. It's back out to $1.60 now. That could change within the next 2.5 minutes. And you've got $4.60 about Embezzled Heart, $8 and $4.60. So this is the horse that I mentioned prior to Chargy starting the yard. That has firmed up 3 points. So in again now to $4.40 actually. You're seeing there on your screen. Duke of Lancaster, $7.50, got out to $8.50 at one point, back into $7. The 3, Fine and Rare, $5.50 out to $8.50, so it's drifted about 3 points there. 4 is out, obviously, that'll come on the screen in a moment. And then we move down to horse number 5, which is a drum rock, $5.50 out to $10. And then $61 out. Just under 90, or just over 90 day from second race this afternoon, and Spellhound back into $1.55. So whether or not we see it, it's hovering about that 150, 165, 155. We're interested to see what this horse jumps at this point. As I throw back to you, Chargy, we're currently at $1.60.
Yeah, it's been pretty solid, hasn't it? With that move from Embezzled Heart, $8 into 440. That's a pretty good go today. The two Embezzled Heart. There is a little bit of late specking for the one Duke of Lancaster as well. So, look, this favourite, absolutely rock solid Spellhound. But Embezzled Heart is the big move in the market. The two, as I said, has been gilded. Showed nothing in 2 runs at the Sunshine Coast last preparation, but trialled up a lot better at the Sunshine Coast recently on the 18th of March to win the trial. Only just. I mean, the real improver here. It's a good support, isn't it? Stablemate to upset the short price go. Spellhound, $1.60. Rock solid, no money at all for Rumbles out the gate to $12 now. So we might be way off track here, but anyway, Naughty came out, obviously. He put on a show going out onto the track, so he'll be saved for another day, but they'll load up pretty quickly here. So let's head to Russell Leonard for the second at Rockhampton.
Used to go to the gates and it moved onto the track. In fact, dislodged the jockey from Field Pot, subsequently scratched. Now, Fine and Rare goes up. Spellhound, short price favourite here, fixed on tab at $1.50 is the 6 Spellhound. Over 2 Embezzled Heart at $5, the 1 Duke of Lancaster $7.50. Double figure odds the remainder. Spellhound attempting to break through for a mate when it start number 4. Embezzled Heart goes up. Now we said, red light on, we run 1,200 metres and we run for tab. Short price favourite Spellhound. Starter has the button in hand and he hits it. They're up. Spellhound was fast away, showing speed as Fancy Legend gained a third. Fine and Rare run Rumble. Duke of Lancaster drifting back and Embezzled Heart went to the rear. Running to that top corner of the 900er. Jockey was on a mission. Chris MacGyver on Fancy Legend to lead and she shows the way by 3 lengths. Tracking the speed in second spot is Spellhound as they lead the half mile stern. 2 lengths away, Fine and Rare being covered up by Run Rumble. Another 2 lengths at the back, Duke of Lancaster. Embezzled Heart is back at the end. They sets up for the judge, 600 to go. Fancy Legend to lead at 3 in front. Still running second is Spellhound. Getting to the outside, Fine and Rare. Duke of Lancaster trying to get into the clear Run Rumble. And Embezzled Heart is pulled to the extreme outside. Down past the 350, Fancy Legend the leader, but here comes the favourite now looming large. Spellhound went up on the outside of Fancy Legend, Duke of Lancaster, Fine and Rare, then Embezzled Heart, but it's all over. It's all Spellhound, 3-4 in front of Duke of Lancaster, Fine and Rare, but the favourite's going to win comfortably with ears up. Spellhound by 2, Duke of Lancaster second, Fine and Rare third, Embezzled Heart 4. Then came Run Rumble. Fancy Legend, the last one over the line, late scratching at the start of the race was the 4 Naughty at 103. 6 Spellhound, Leah Martin, the winner, justifies the short quote on tab, 150 the win, 110 place. Second 1, Duke of Lancaster, 220 the place. Third 3, Fine and Rare, no third dividend. 6, 1, 3, 2, interim numbers after the run of the race number 2. 6, 1, 3, 2. 6 Spellhound the winner. 6 Spellhound first, raced by Mrs. T. Kendrick. It's a 3-year-old brown gelding by Hellbank at a Magic Zep. Leah Martin, Stuart Kendrick the winner. Second 1, Duke of Lancaster, raced by A.J. Robinson. Duke of Lancaster, 4-year-old brown gelding. Pink Arrow at a Ben's Duchess, Justin Stanley for Alan Robinson. Third 3, Fine and Rare, raced by the Ute and Paulino families. Fine and Rare, 5-year-old chestnut gelding. Olympic Glory at a Carl. Ashley Butler, Timmy Cook. 4-2 Embezzled Heart, Justin Huxtable, Stuart Kendrick. 6-1-3-2, 6-1-3-2, numbers after the running of race number 2. Time margins correct way to come after the running of the tag made 1.
Well, Nicky Olzard, you're doing it all today, strapping for the Kendrick stable, riding later in the program. We'll talk about that in a second. But Spellhound, look well placed today, good strong win.
Yeah, definitely. I think the short back up probably helped him. Stuart's setting up here in really good order and really well by Leah, which was good.
Just quickly, can he be better later in the day? You any chance?
Yeah, I think there's a really good chance. He's a pretty cool horse.
Right, that'll do us. Well done.
Thank you.
There she is. Nikki Olshard. She's doing it all. Riding, strapping, Spellhound. Too good for them. Simple as that. Wins by 2. Just travelled like the winner a long way out. Didn't Spellhound, son of Hellbent, and yeah, just he's a lovely individual too, but it was too good for them. Simple as that. The one Duke of Lancaster, solid enough to run second. The 3 Fine and Rare did make some ground there to run third, and the 2 Embezzled Heart stablemate to the winner has run 4th. Didn't really get into the race, Rumble, so all honours to the winner, really. Spellhound, he's a lovely son of Hellbent out of a Viscount mare, so obviously well bred, and I'll pick up Leah for a chat. Leah, he travelled well a long way out. He was pretty easy riding there.
Yeah, it was very easy. Settled very nice in behind that leader. When I asked him to quicken, he just found another gear.
Just looking at him there, it's a lovely individual.
It's very nice. It was very well put together.
Good rides today for you.
Yes, I do. I got a few more for Stewie and one for John Wigginton, so it should be a good day.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There she is, Leah Martin, and Spellhound, simply too good for them to win by 2. Half a length in the end, second and third. And on 10.99, so nothing flash about the time. I think this track is just that genuine sort of probably improving towards a soft 5 by now, but it's got good little give in it, good push, good cover of grass on it. Trent and all his team do a wonderful job.
6-1, 3 and 2 on Rocky's second race of the afternoon. Now we're heading back to Queanbeyan, but I do believe we have a delay. So they were due to jump in 6 minutes. That's not going to be the case. We might head to Kayla and find out just what's happening down there. Kayla?
Shani, unfortunately, we're in just a slight holding pattern here while we're awaiting the ambulance, which can be a common problem sometimes. All of the horses are to the side of the enclosure ready to come in. Everyone's quite relaxed now, but just in a holding pattern.
Man,
So
this is a
much
bad delay.
information than that, unfortunately.
We're waiting for an ambulance.
So standing to the side here waiting as soon as the ambulance turns up.
Like Kayla, well,
This can take 5 minutes. This can take 2 hours. We've had situations like that.
12 o'clock. Pretty sure Third Master was the favourite. Dolly the Diva has been well back, $3.90 to $2.60, and Kayla was tipping this particular horse, so $3.90 to $2.60, our new favourite there for Dolly the Diva. We are in a holding pattern at Queanbeyan. Once the ambulance arrives, the horses will move into the yard and they'll make their way around to the barriers quite quickly. So we'll take a short break on Start Barrel and we'll be back as soon as we have a little bit more of an idea of this race being run and live at Queanbeyan.
There's a delay at Queanbeyan. There's a delay. They don't have the ambulance. This might take a while. Okay, that's there, I think. The ambulance has arrived.
News, the ambulance has arrived on track at Queanbeyan this afternoon. The bad news is they're due to jump in 2 minutes' time, and that won't be the case. So jockeys are just mounting up now, and they'll make their way around to the gate. So we will jump a few minutes late, but given the possibility, it could have been a lot longer, I think. A few minutes late is certainly the best outcome. Dolly the Diva, the favourite, $2.60. Third Master, $2.90. Macclesfield, $3.60. Weed Goodbyes at $7. Here's Kayla for a look at them in the yard.
Well, welcome back to Queanbeyan. Our first race was supposed to get underway at 1:20, but just with a slight delay there waiting on the ambulance. They're all starting to come into the enclosure now. So we kick off the day with a 1,000-metre maiden plate sponsored by Hotel Queanbeyan here. We should be in for a nice fair track too. The rail is in true and we're on a soft 6 with a little bit of rain overnight, but with a bit of wind around, I wouldn't be surprised to see an upgrade as the day goes on. First horse we see here is the 1/3 Master for Darryl Rolfe and Sean Van Overmere. Nice looking gelding. This is his first run for Darryl. He was formerly with John O'Connor, so he does bring South Australian form. He had the 4 starts down there where he always showed a bit of early speed, but never really found a whole lot. But look, from barrier 2 here, in a race with not a lot of depth, I think early speed will take him a long way. The 2 is Weird Goodbyes for Luke Pepper and Jess Taylor replacing Brody Lloyd, who's not riding at the meeting today. He's a 3-year-old colt that's only had the 2 runs. I thought he was excellent on debut, running 3rd when doing a little bit wrong. Then they stepped him up to 1,200 and took him to the Sapphire Coast where he was on a heavy track, and he just struggled to let down there. But he comes back to the 1,000 with the addition of blinkers for the first time. He'll need a little bit of luck from an awkward draw, but if he gets it, he's got to be a chance here. The 3 is Dolly the Diva for John Nisbet and Rebecca Broderick Prague claiming 1.5 kilos. Sees her carry only 55.5. She's a mare I've got on top. She's first up here. Thought she's shown more than enough in her previous preparations. I obviously know her quite well, being one of Dad's horses. She's a horse that has good early speed, but can't seem to quicken a lot off of that, but she does sustain it well. I think she'll be at her best getting over 1,200 for that reason, but from barrier 1 in an average maiden, if she finds the front here, I think she'll take an awful lot of running down. The 4 is Tillinger's Dime for Russell Hogan and Winona Costin. She's a filly that's had the 5 starts, and she's actually only beaten one horse home in all 5 starts. That was last start at Queanbeyan, so perhaps she's on the improve, but she definitely needs to. The 5 is Aquilino for Paul Facuri and Damon Butler. Now, this is a 2-year-old gelding on debut. He's been a little bit above himself in the yard here. He just seems to be a bit full of himself. He had the 1 trial at Goulburn where he's a little bit slow into stride, but then he was ridden to get right up on the speed and he weakened off the back of that, beaten 7 lengths to Chentolino. It looks like he would have taken a bit of benefit from that trial. He just needs to settle down and put his mind on the job here. The 6 is Macclesfield for Matt Kelly and Karaya Keating. She's a 2-year-old filly by a Stern. She's well travelled. She started off in South Australia. She's only been with Matt for the last 2 runs. And she's been good throughout. She had a few placements at Morpheville last preparation, and her last in South Australia, this preparation, and her last start run with Matt, I thought was good at Wagga in a 2-year-old race, where she sat behind the speed and held her ground, beating 5 lengths to DKGB. Only slight concern with her is that she's at start 7. This is all in her first preparation, and whether she may be coming to the end of it as a 2-year-old filly. The last of our runners is the 7 Reds Merchant for Russell Hogan and Jade McKenzie, claiming 3 C's. This 2-year-old filly carry only 52 kilos. She had the 1 start at Queanbeyan where she was $81 on debut. She's pretty slow into stride, never travelled and was beaten 16 lengths, so she has to improve off that. The barriers now, My Late Mail here. I'm with the 3 Dolly the Diva, our new favourite here. I think she can find the front from barrier 1 and would be hard to run down. From the 2, Weird Goodbyes. Horse that's on the drift, but I think blinkers for the first time. If he can get the right run, he's got to be a hope. In for that, I put the 6 Macclesfield, has certainly shown enough. But as I mentioned, 2-year-old filly in her first preparation may just be coming to the end of it. And in for 4th, I put the 1/3 Master, another horse that has good speed, which will take him a long way here. But quite surprised with the drift of the 2 Weird Goodbyes, $4.60 out to $8. But I did catch up with his trainer, Luke Pepper, a moment ago to discuss his chances. Luke, unusually for you, just the 1 runner here today, but he looks a good chance. A 3-year-old colt, Weird Goodbyes.
Yeah, look, his first up run was really good. Found a pretty heavy track down at Sapphire, which he didn't enjoy, and just done a bit wrong. Being a colt, he was sort of having a bit of a look around, so blinkers on today. Look, drawn a bit awkward. Would have loved to have drawn a bit softer if we could have. But yeah, he's in good order. Third up, blinkers on. Hopefully he can run a super race for us.
Have you worked him in blinkers at home?
Yes, definitely sharpened him up, and just been, look, he's a lovely quiet colt, and he's probably just been a little bit soft in between horses, so we're just throwing the blinkers on. Definitely made a big difference to him. Just needs some luck from the barrier, and obviously around Queanbeyan, drawn soft is obviously a pretty key position. So hopefully a bit of luck from the barrier, and he'll run a solid race.
And also, last start you had him at the 1200. It was probably hard to say because, as you said, it was also on a heavy track. But I noticed you also had him in a 1200 today. Do you feel that that's what he's looking for?
I think with the blinkers first time, I thought just coming back, we've kept him quite fresh for this 1,000. Wasn't 100% sure if he was going to get a run in the 1,200. So, yeah, look, I guess we're not really sure what his ideal distance is at the moment. He's sort of figuring him out. He's still learning, still doing things wrong. So hopefully he can put it all together today and blinkers on 1,000 metres and we get a nice run and he can be strong late.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So good support continuing to come there for Dolly the Diva. Kayla's on top selection, $3.90, now $2.30. So they've certainly been very good support. Third Master has hovered around that $3.10, $2.90, $3 quote, back out to $3.10 with the support there coming for Dolly the Diva. And then you've got 6, Macclesfield $3, out of point to $4, and Weird Goodbyes has been the drifter, $4.60 out to $8 there. We've just heard some there's decent enough case there for Weird Goodbyes. So we're about 4.5 minutes behind time. Kayla have done a pretty good job to get around there as quick as they have.
Yeah, they have. That's exactly right. We're not too far off start time. Obviously, we're supposed to go at 1:20, so they've made up good time with that ambulance causing a bit of a delay here. It could be a mad rush here to the first corner. There'll be really good speed here. Third Master, Dolly the Diva, Weird Goodbyes, as we heard from Luke, will have to press forward from out wide. And a horse like Aquilino mustered good speed in its trial at Goulburn. And Macclesfield, I think, will have to roll forward too. So it'll be the charge of the Light Brigade, I think. And we'll see who ends up out on top here. All about loaded. We'll head up to Anthony for the call of our first.
One of the better back runners all day. They put up $4. Dolly the Diva. And the rider on Third Master. Ben Overmere wasn't quite ready for them. Now he is. And our starter, Mr. Dolly the Diva, 200 to go. A length in front to Macclesfield and Weird Goodbyes. It's Dolly the Diva in front, Macclesfield, Weird Goodbyes. Dolly the Diva going well with less than 100 metres left to go. Heavily backed in the first favourite. Races away to win comfortably at the end.
362.
Dolly the Diva by 2 1/4. Macclesfield ran second. Weird Goodbyes ran third. Aquilino got home okay from Third Master, Red's Merchant and Talinga's Dive. Dolly the Diva first out, first home. Number 3, Dolly the Diva. And Rebecca Bronnet Prague for Johnny Nesbitt first up in this filly by Eurozone. Records her first win from start. Number 9, number 3, Dolly the Diva defeats 6, Macclesfield and 2, Weird Goodbyes. Number 5, Aquilino getting home hard into perhaps 4th with Third Master. 3, 6 and 2 will be the numbers. 3, 6 and 2 will be the numbers after race 1. Dolly the Diva, Rebecca Bronnet Prague, John Nisbet.
So what happened is the one with 4 races that did not get anywhere. 3 and 2 both were good, but this is a colt. And if we look at the handicapping, that's 3. Then definitely 6 had advantage over 2. And 5 was in the best hands. That 1 was not the one. All right, we'll go to the next. 3 has been scratched. 6, 5, 8, 2.
My dad, John, of course, out of a mare that they used to race and had a bit of luck with. That was a really good result. It was a funny run race. It looked like one of those races where they were flying, but I think the horses in the second half of the field just didn't have any speed at all to travel, which made it look like they were going quicker than what they were, because as we saw, Dolly, the Diva was able to lead them up but hold on well to win. And the 6, Macclesfield, who sat just behind the speed, another good ride there by Karaya, has found the line well to run second, paying $2.10, and With Goodbyes was the other horse that was up on the speed there with the blinkers for the first time. I thought he was good, and he's ran third, dividend, and the 5, Aquilino. I thought that was a good first start, I should say, for this 2-year-old gelding, who was a bit full of himself. I think he'll take a lot of benefit out of having had a start, perhaps the way he carried on in the yard, getting away from his home track. But she was well supported there, Dolly the Diva. Ended up starting $2.30 and $1.30 the place, and really well ridden by Bet Prague, who's had a lot to do with this filly.
Yeah, no, it's stoked to be back on her. I really like her. But it's actually funny. I saw when Jack was still here riding her, tried to get her out on the big track, and she was jacking up. And I was like, yeah, she's back. I need to get back in there. Not super happy to get the win for John. He's been one of my main supporters, even when I could barely steer. So now, super happy to get another winner for him.
Do you feel like she'll come on from that win?
Absolutely. It was really nice. She always jumps clean and she puts herself up there, but we could really control the speed. And like when I talked to you about her just before the race, when we come down that hill, just let her go. Obviously she's can contain that high speed, but she just doesn't kick again. So she will definitely be better over when she gets back over 11 and 12. Yeah.
Well done, well ridden.
Thank you.
Well deserved by Beck there, who does a lot of work for the stables, and good to see her get a win on a horse that she's had a fair bit to do with at home. So numbers 3, 6, 2 and 5 over the line for our first race here at Queanbeyan.
Well done, Kayla. You stuck solid there. You were pretty confident with Dolly the Diva, and she salutes and takes out the first race. That was good support for her. She ends up paying $22.20 on the fixed odds. For the super tab, she pays $2.50. UTAB 210, Macclesfield 150, Super Tab, With Goodbyes, no third div there, Aquilino lines up in the fourth spot. So Quinella pays $4.20, Trifecta $13.40, Exacta $6. On race number 1, the intro 3, 6, 2 and 5. We are taking a quick break here on Spat Thoroughbred Central. We're not too far away from the next at Rockhampton. We're about 10 minutes away from that event. We'll head up to charge you soon.
Okay, this is the second one here at Queanbeyan. If we look at the odds, it's 6, 5, 8 and 2. That 6 is the favorite. This is not a handicapped race. This is like a maiden race. So everybody has either advantage or disadvantage. Now, if we go through the BB, then that's 6. There's almost no pressure on this horse. And this is the largest outer drift. So that's 22 and 1845. The other one, see the 8 they have within the odds. It's a it's an EW, it's well within the rails and all that. But it has 5 races. It did nothing in last 5 races, exactly like this one. It has 5 races, did nothing. Wherein this 4, we don't have any idea, but it's pretty much on the same platform with 5. It's pretty much on the same platform with 5. 5 is in the best hands, by the way. So that's pretty much in the same platform, but 5 has 18 races. The score is not good. It's a drift. 6 has 5 races. The best score here is so far 6. But the 4 remains a check. This horse is not this is out of all the donkeys, probably this is the best donkey, but that's not in a safe zone. This 8 would have toppled it up, but the 8 has 5 races and it did nothing. So this probably there's something wrong with 8 that I don't know. It's got good footwork, all that is there, but I am not sure if that 8 is in a position to win, get anywhere. Forget about winning, I don't know. But when we look at the 4, this 4 is a problem. Why? Because if we look at the numbers, all right, smallest, so that's how it becomes. Now this one has 5 races. It is proven that this is a donkey, but we don't know about this one. This is relaxation. This is relaxation. But this is performance. There's something on this horse. 4. 4 is a check. Can it win? See, it's a 1400 meters. Okay. 1400 meters. Generally, it's 2 of the BBs that will get on the top. Within the top 3, top 4, the 2 of the BBs. But this one is a declared moron. This we do not know. Ideally, 6 is the right favorite, but it is not in a safe zone. But it is not in a safe zone. It is the 6 is the favorite. Everybody thinks that 6 is going to win. But here what happened is the 3 won. Okay. 3 won. And then the 6 came in with a depreciation. Here it is the depreciation. This is not a depreciation. This is not a depreciation. This one has 18 races. It's a 4-year-old mare, 18 races, a drift. This is ideally the second horse pool. But is 6 the first one? It's a good one out of all the donkeys, but that 4 remains a check. I'm going to be staying out of this one as well. We don't know about this horse. If we look through this, then it comes here and it's something that can do a lot of damage. I want to check I do not want to get involved. Out. Plus, it's a maiden race. That 4 is a check.
She's Alibi. Oh, she's that Alibi. She was quite good on debut behind if he can turn his manners around. We'll talk to Clint Taylor in a minute. The one precise talk wasn't disgraced on the polytrack on debut at the Sunshine Coast on the 8th Preludius. Just been waiting for a market lead. There is some now at a big price in from $26 into around the 950. 7, 2, 1 and 8 are my numbers. He's always very obliging, Clinton Taylor. Clinton, you've got a bit of spirit here. He's got a few little tricks.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't say tricks, Charge. He's just doing a lot wrong in his races at the moment. He sort of had a bad experience at his first start and sort of got a bit lost the other day. Yeah, look, he's probably not a betting proposition, as you would say, but look, I see this race. I've said to Montana if she could maybe find the rail and give him something to follow and, give him a good experience. Stupid showed good speed, on debut, and, Chris Hansen's all with money for it. So, in a perfect world, if he could lend third defence, follow the rail, he's definitely got the ability to win the race. It's whether he can do it or not.
Full encounter in race 4. Gee, I like him today. A bit of weight, but he's carried weight down south.
Yeah, look, like with the weight, if you look at most of the field, he's got that 58 and he's got that 62, so there's not a wide range of weight there he's given the other runners. Look, I'm a bit like you, Trudgy, up to the 1300, second up. He looks well placed to me.
Diddley squad in race 7, very consistent. Getting up in grade though.
Yeah, look, he's hard to place this horse. He's right up in the rating, but I mean, sometimes just track and play leaderish and on the rail, and if that's the case, by then he'll be hard to beat.
And you've got 2 in the last. Henry's Blade, very impressive at Mackay the other day, and Devil. Henry's Blade looks to have plenty of upside.
Yeah, definitely. He beat up a bad field the other day. Look, Devil's a horse that I see us sitting off a hot speed here. If there's any chink in Henry's Blade armour, he'll be coming late.
Put you on the spot. You're very, very best of the day. You've got one.
Look, I guess Henry's Blade's the absolute obvious, but look, I like you. Full encounter each way. I think you'll get a run for your money.
Saying all the right things. Well done.
Thanks, mate.
There he is, Clinton Taylor, always very obliging, and I like Full encounter in the next 2, but favourite here, I'll save Shenny. She's Alibi. $1.95, rock solid. No money for a bit of spirit. Very easy. $2 out the 320. The one precise talk at $6.50, and that good nibble from a big price. That's a sign from the Birchley stable. Volubius $26 into $7.50. They can pull off a plunge. Can they do it again here with Volubius in the 3rd at Rockhampton? Here's Russell for the call.
5 heroic talent. They're yet to go in. I'm not great right up to it. Precise talk Volubius. She stands up well. Bungarabee Rain. Grumpy Old Cold. She's Alibi. Bit of spirit he goes in this time. Heroic talent will move up and complete it. Run 1,200 metres. She's Alibi runs the favourite. Going down low gate 1. Set. Ready to jump race 3. Red light on. And they're racing. She's Alibi fast away from off the inside. Precise talk showing speed up into a handy spot. Bungarabee Rain on the move going forward as well. Out wide heroic talent. Volubius went back to 3rd last. Grumpy Old Cole, and I'm Not Great went to the rear. Heading towards the half mile. Precise talk just in front of heroic talent. And they're a length and a half clear. A bit of spirit 3rd. She's her Alibi 4th the inside. 1 away then to Bungarabee Rain. 3 lengths of the back Volubius. 3 lengths of the back Grumpy Old Cole, and I'm Not Great with them in. A set sail for the judge. Heroic talent the leader by a length. Precise talk trying to get up on the inside. Bit of spirit is starting to blend into the race. Then She's Alibi, Volubius, and on the outside, Bungarabee Rain. They're down past the 300. Bit of spirit, She's her Alibi. Bungarabee Rain, the outside. I'm closer to the inside. Precise talk. Volubius trying to run on. She's Alibi struck the front. Got away from Bungarabee Rain. Then came over on the inside. Precise talk. But She's her Alibi cleared close to home. And she landed the money. She won by 3. Volubius and a photo for second and third with Bungarabee Rain. Precise Talk, Bit of Spirit, a Flopperino, a long way back, Heroic Talent. Then we've got Grumpy Old Cole, and the last one over the line, I'm Not Grey.
Well, the 7, She's a Alibi. Too good for them, Chris McIver. Nice steer. She really improved on that debut performance, and she's gone right on with the job today. To beat the 6 Bungarabee Rain. Good effort on debut to run second. Tried hard. The 8 Volubius was making good ground late. They expected at a big price, and the 1 Precise Talk has run for Bit of Spirit. He loomed into the race like he was really going to put himself there, but then the head went up. He has no idea, does he? But 7, 6, 8 and 1, all on us with the winner. She's a Alibi for Chris Hansen and Chris McIver. They combined well, and she's won by 2 3/4. Good effort to win and win well. 7, 6, 8, 1, the numbers. Race 3 at Rockhampton. Chantel, back to you in the studio.
Okay, thanks for that challenge. So favourite Too Good, $2.41. Bungarabee mare Rain finished in second spot, but the stiff had just gone off the script, so I can't take too long with that. But once they are through, we will get them to. Actually, I think they're just about to come back up. Oh, here they are. Volubius pay. Sorry, the second horse pays $4. The horse pays $1.80. 768 won the approximates there for race number 3 at Ascot. We're heading back to Queanbeyan now. Horses are in the yard for the second race. We're about 9 minutes away. Shabiki is our favourite at $1.75. Swan Foundation next to end the dance at $9. Here's Caleb Bullock.
Race 2 at Queanbeyan is the Defence Force Cup on the 11th of May. It's a country boosted maiden plate over the 1460. We've had one scratching here, so we're left with a field of 7. The first horse we'll look at is the one. Suspicious Time for Darryl Rolfe and Sean Van Overmere riding. He's a 5-year-old gelding at start 28 today, so he's had plenty of chances. Some of his career runs have been good, but I thought his last start one was very fair over the 1180 at Gundagai. Back and really struggled to get involved, beating 12 lengths. 1460 does suit him better, but he's hard to have off that effort. The 2 is Honest Warrior for Joe Cleary and Richie Bensley. He's only had the one start. It was at Queanbeyan over the 1200, where I thought it was okay. He got back from his wide draw, and he was good for luck and made okay ground, beating 5 lengths. He importantly gets the addition of blinkers for the first time, and if he can be a bit closer in the run and stick on the way he did on debut over 1200, I think he won't be far away in this sort of a race. The 3's out, so we go to the 4, Poker Flash for Len Hodgson and Ryan Bradley claiming 4. Sees mare carry only 53 kilos on debut. She's actually a mare that's owned and I believe bred by Mick Dinnerpick, former trainer. She trialled at Queanbeyan last meeting. She was back and given a pretty easy time, but beaten 16 lengths. Now that was an open trial, but it was still fair. I was happy to watch what she can do off the back of that. The 5 is Sworn to My Mission from Mick Petrovic and Pierre Prudavillon. She's at start 19 today, so another horse that's had quite a few chances. But she's pretty consistent. She always gets back and finds the line well. Our last start, the race was against her. She was back early, then the pace really slackened in the race, and she was forced to circle and ended up in the first 3. She just didn't find the line quite as well, being a bit closer in the run. If they run along a bit here and she gets slightly quieter ride, you can expect her to find the line well again. The 6 is our favourite, Chabichi, from Matt Kelly and Karaya Keatings. I like this horse. I think that she'll be very hard to beat here. Tried the 4 runs last preparation. It's around the mark without pacing. Looked like she could turn this crazy.
That 6 is the favourite.
The first time run at Canberra, 1200 was great. She went back from her wide draw and she was ridden for luck, and she absolutely attacked the line late, beaten just over a length. They are going to ride her closer today and getting out to 1400 in a race with not a lot of threat. She's clearly the one to beat. The 7 is Close the Door Darcy for Tom Wilson and Ramon Preston. She's a 3-year-old filly that has had the fine starts for no placing now, but I do want to make a case for it. She's been quite green the whole way throughout. She's a horse that hasn't had a lot of luck in nearly all 5 of her starts. So the ones have definitely been better than what they read. I think getting out to 1460 for the first time, Winona aboard again from a soft straw. I think Winona will have her in the first 4 here, and I think that will help her finish off a lot better. The last thing I run is the 8, and probably the pick of the yard is the Dance for Joe Cleary and Jess Taylor. She went back for a start, last start, sorry, at Goulburn over the 1400, just held her ground. I assume she'll hold a bit of a closer spot with Jess aboard from a soft straw, and I think that could help her in the finish. All right, our favourite here, trained by Matt Kelly, Beachy. She appears to have returned in great order.
Yes, she has. She was probably unlucky not to win a race last prep. She ran into a bit of trouble throughout her runs. First up run was really promising, and I think she can hopefully back up that today.
Do you feel as though she's come on from that?
Yeah, definitely. She for sure she's come on, but the barrier draw on a bit of a strange track would be the purple.
Change of tactics to ride her closer.
Yeah, I feel the horse is better suited to be ridden a little bit quieter and getting behind and just let us settle to finish off. But in a race like this, with a fair few horses, you probably want to get stuck in behind, as well as Queanbeyan, a bit of front runner blind track. I think we have to kind of hands are tied to move forward from the control.
Makes sense. In the next race, your last runner of the day is Kataishi. He has missed a beat since starting his preparation with you. He was excellent breaking his name last time.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with him. I think he's got a lot of scope, and we still haven't got to the bottom of him, and I think he's on the way up. So I'm expecting him to be very hard to beat today, and we've got some bigger plans for him later on in the preparation.
Do you think he's obviously gets the mile? He's proven at the 1550. He was competitive in Metro Natives at that distance. Do you think he'll get out over a bit further too?
Probably not his preparation, just because he's a big, strong bugger and get on the bridle and start overdoing a little bit. And I think even over the 14 last start, he was lucky with probably a pretty genuine tempo. He relaxed just, but any slower, he would have overdone it. So I don't think at this stage anything past a mile would suit him.
Quickly touch on your 2-year-old in the first. She was good.
Yeah, it was a great run. She's itching for the paddock, and we were almost going to tip her out, but I thought, well, 20 minutes down the road, pretty ordinary maid. She'd pick up the check before she heads out. That's a good result. So 3 seconds, that's good.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's our favourite Ceviche here, Shani.
And there's been very good support. So $2.60 this morning earlier on, and she is now into, well, she got into $1.70. She's been hovering around that $1.70, $1.75 quote for most of the afternoon, but you were shopping $2.60, so the punters jumped on early. Are in a pretty good point this time. Of course, but if they do take the 260, it's looking good. 310 then for the 5, sworn to my admission, 260 out. $3.10, then got the 8, which is the Dance, $11 into $8.50. A little bit of support there for the local galloper for Joe Cleary and Jess Taylor, and then the 2, Honest Warrior, Joey's second run at $7.50 up to but up 12, just going back in a point down to $11. The 7, Close the Door, Darcy, $6.50 up to $11. They galloper 34 for Suspicious Time and the outside of Flash, but Shabiki, our favourite here, at $2.60 now, $1.70. So they've still got just over 2.5 minutes, Kayla, of betting time remaining. Geez, they arrived at the gates pretty early. They must have been in the yard for all that long.
You're right. It's not far to the 1460 start here too. It's just around the corner, and it's jockeys. They get paid the same amount for how long they're on them, so they don't like to give them too much of a warm up, I don't think. They're straight around there. But my late male, I'm with the 6th, the favourite, Shabiki. I loved her run first up. I thought she attacked the line. And with not a very clear path, too. I like the change of tactics with her to ride her a bit closer. I agree completely with what Matt said there. This is a track that you don't want to be too far away on, particularly in a race, to be frank, with not a lot of depth. She probably doesn't want to be stuck behind a few of these runners. So I think taking the chance to try and be a bit closer is smart. From the 7, Close the Door, Darcy, I thought it was worth noting this horse yesterday when the markets came out, opened up $34 and got into about $13 straight away. Obviously this morning she was about $9 with the scratching of a main chance here in Irene, and now she's getting back out to probably a right price at the $10 or $11 into 10 now. But she's a really interesting runner. There's only a 3-year-old filly, and there's absolutely nothing of her. I remember her 2 runs last prep as a 2-year-old were good, and she kept finding the line well. It looked like she had absolutely no idea why she was out there. and she's returned with the 3 runs this time around, where she's run into a lot of bad luck. I actually put her on top first up at Goulburn, and she nearly got put on her nose at the top of the straight, and she actually got eased up out of the race. So that was a complete forget run, and then hasn't had a lot go her way in the 2 runs since. So I think from barrier 2 in the fair maiden out to 1460 with Winona Costin aboard, who is great at getting them out of the gates and putting them into a spot, I think that she's probably a good bet for your exotics here. Sorry, in for third, I put the 4-5 Sworn to My Mission. Had a lot of chances, just about to load up now, but always finds the line well. And in for fourth, the 2 Honest Warrior, who was good enough on debut. And doesn't have to improve a whole lot with the addition of blinkers, I think, to figure somewhere here. They're all loading up well, though. The 2 Honest Warrior, of course, I speak of, is about to go in now, and that leaves only a couple left to load. So we'll head up to Anthony Mountain for the call of our second race.
Getting out in trip now, Chabichi's your short price favourite. This is the horse coming up into the gates now, Chabichi. The filly by Poisson Stalloon. Taking on a few of the older horses here, Chabichi. And Suspicious Time is the last one. $1.65 at the death for the Defence Force Cup May 11 maiden. Chabichi in the light blue and white chevrons is your favourite. And we're ready to go. Second from Queanbeyan, and they're off. And Chabichi came away midfield. Close the door, Darcy first to begin. Chabichi quickly up outside the leader, and Z Dance is going to land in third. Then came Honest Warrior, who's fourth, but it's just a little wide around the outside of Sworn to My Mission. Suspicious Time is second last. And Poker Flash, after beginning well, has drifted back to last on the rails, and it's over racing. Close the door, Darcy's in front. Speed's only slow. Chabichi half a length away second at the 1,000 metre point, and Z Dance as leaders back in third, and Honest Warrior, it's in fourth. Then came a Sworn to My Mission, who's 3 pairs back the rails from Suspicious Time, and Poker Flash is 2 lengths away last. Oh, here's an early move. Honest Warrior going a long way from home. Richie Bensley. Now, we did this on Saturday at Maruya. Richie Bensley took off early, and Honest Warrior goes to the front. Now, Close the Door, Darcy second past the 600. Z Dance in third. Chabichi in fourth. Then came Sworn to My Mission, Suspicious Time, and Poker Flash. It can't win. Honest Warrior going well. On the turn, 400 to go. Close the Door, Darcy second. Chabichi third, then Z Dance. Honest Warrior, 300 to go. From Close the Door, Darcy, Chabichi and Z Dance running on. Close the Door, Darcy went past Honest Warrior. Chabichi coming at Close the Door, Darcy. Close the Door, Darcy, 100 to go. Chabichi knuckling down now. Chabichi coming up to Close the Door, Darcy. Oh, I might have got there. It's very close. Chabichi or Close the Door, Darcy, photo finish. Z Dancers run third, and they were followed then by Sworn to My Mission. Honest Warrior, he took off before acceptance as the rider. It didn't pay off. And the last couple were Poker Flash and Suspicious Time. Photo finish here. This is desperately close. Chabichi or Close the Door, Darcy. The Door, Darcy hit the front. And Chabichi took the entire straight to run down Close the Door, Darcy, and the 2 fillies have hit the line together. Now, the outside horse always has a little advantage
6.
here at Queanbeyan, and they're wide apart.
6, I think.
Oh, gee, that's close. That's as close to a dead heat as I've seen here at Queanbeyan. Photo finish, we're standing by for the number. Z Dance, number 8's run third, and number 5's run fourth. So it's a photo finish. It's a photo finish at Queanbeyan after race number 2. Still no numbers. I'll shoot them down the line.
Good, must have been pretty close, but she was finishing off well. Like I said, I think she's better ridden a bit quieter. We're kind of right there, probably a bit too close. It just takes away from her finish, but obviously had to ride her like that. The jockey rode her well under the circumstances, but I just feel the horse was ridden, finished off better when she's ridden a bit quieter.
And this track is obviously hard too, but good that she navigated it well.
Yeah, and obviously her best work was late, and she's spread to get over further, and I think if she gets over 1,600 and further again, that's when you'll see her come into her own.
Well done, Matt. We might be talking to you after the next.
Thank you.
I'll have a chat with Karaya, as I mentioned, who knows this horse well. You didn't panic, I was just saying, which was good when the dance took off.
Yeah, look, I just think this filly, where I rode it last time, over 1,200, she had a lot of cover, and
really put her mind to it late, and I think she might be a bit of a thinker. She's got a lot of ability, so just to have that one roll off in front of her just gave her something to chase and keep her focused.
So you're of the same opinion as Matt, then he was just saying she's definitely by our favourite, the 6, Chibichi. The 8 will get third. Oh, no, it won't, sorry. Did the 8 hold on for third? I missed those numbers. Anyway, I'll let you get those, Shani, but our favourite gets there.
Indeed. Yeah, 8 did finish in third spot, so dance, but wow, must be a funny angle there at Queanbeyan because it did look like the inside had just luckily for favourite backers there, the ones that took $2.70 this morning, they are happy now. And Shabichi pays $1.90 on the New South Wales tote, $1.70 fixed odds. 410 close the door dances, a dance. 2, 6, 7, 8 and 5 are the numbers. Quinella 8, 10, 36, 40 the trifecta. First 4, $73 and 14 cents, and the exacta will pay $8.80. There you go. So they are the numbers for race number 2 at Queanbeyan. We are taking a quick break here on Spat Thoroughbred Central. We're not too far away from the 4th at Rockhampton. We're about 15 minutes away.
Second from Queanbeyan, and they're off, and Chibichi came away midfield. Close the door, Darcy first to begin. Chibichi quickly up outside the leader, and Z Dance is going to land in third. Then came Honest Warrior, who's fourth, but it's just a little wide around the outside of Sworn to My Mission. Suspicious Time is second last, and Poker Flash, after beginning well, has drifted back to last on the rails when it's over racing. Close the door, Darcy's in front, speed's only slow. Chibichi half a length away second at the 1,000 metre point, and Z Dance as leaders back in third, and Honest Warrior, it's in fourth. Then came a Sworn to My Mission, who's 3 pairs back the rails from Suspicious Time, and Poker Flash is 2 lengths away last. Oh, here's an early move. Honest Warrior going a long way from home. Richie Bensley. Now, he did this on Saturday at Maruya. Richie Bensley, he took off early, and Honest Warrior goes to the front. Now, Close the Door, Darcy second past the 600. Z Dance in third. Chibichi in fourth. Then came Sworn to My Mission, Suspicious Time, and Poker Flush. It can't win. Honest Warrior going well. On the turn, 400 to go. Close the Door, Darcy second. Chibichi third. Then Z Dance. Honest Warrior, 300 to go. From Close the Door, Darcy, Chibichi and Z Dance running on. Close the Door, Darcy went past Honest Warrior. Chibichi coming at Close the Door, Darcy. Close the Door, Darcy, 100 to go. Chibichi knuckling down now. Chibichi coming up to Close the Door, Darcy. Oh, I might have got there. It's very close. Chibichi or Close the Door, Darcy, photo finish. Z Dancers run third, and they were followed then by Sworn to My Mission. Honest Warrior, he took off before acceptance as the rider. It didn't pay off. And the last couple were Poker Flash and Suspicious Time.
So, what happened in the second one, why I was out, was 6 was not in a safe zone. I thought the 4 will kick in. It's a lower number. But that did not happen. I ignored that 7 because it had 5 races. Like I ignored the 8 because it had 5 races. But I also ignored this one because it had 5 races, did nothing. But today, it did what it did. So if you look at the results, that 6, 7, 8, and 5. So both of these horses the favorite, we've got a very strong indication on 2. We've got a very strong, I mean, strong as in whatever we are having here. This is the one that we have, 2. And 2 is the favorite. 2 is also the linear within the rails. That's fact. But so if we look at the 1 and the 8 first, the 8 is a check. So this one is a pressure line wherein it's a higher BB. They definitely are much better than these people, but this is a better horse with advantage and with a moderately good jockey. So that 8 is better than 1. That's number 1. About 3. The advantage is way more than 3 and 7 on 8. And if we take a look at the 2 and 8, so they both are with 2 of the best jockeys here, I guess. Good jockeys, not best. The best jockey is on 3, probably. But the problem is this, that if we look at the 8 is the 7 is a neutral. The 7 is a neutral, and the advantage is definitely more on this one. And the 2, we have a signal, but the 8 remains a check. The 2 is the best hand. They should not lose. We have some very strong indication on this. That's the pressure line, but how do we? This horse has been. It has 5 races. It has better score than the 2. It has got it's 5 races. It's got better score than the 2. The relaxation is more. It's a better jockey. So this thing is going to give a run. We'll take a look at this at the paddock if it looks all right. Do we want to club this?
Rocky Cup, always a good weekend. Here is the one cool encounter from the Clinton Taylor stable. Montana Philpott to ride, gate 6. She takes the 2 off. He'll still carry 62, but they've all got to carry plenty of weight here. I go back to that run at Ipswich. Now, he carried 61 that day in a benchmark 65 at Ipswich. He's in a benchmark 58 at Rockhampton. I know he's second up. And I know he's got a kilo more, but gee whiz, didn't he look home and O's that day, as we said. That one run back here at Rockhampton, very good on the 11th of April. He closed off well over the unsuitable 1,100 metres. I think he's cherry ripe in this already, second up, and he's clearly the one they've got to beat. 2 is 3 Gongs from the James Moore stable at the Sunshine Coast. Justin Stanley to ride, gate 1, 60 kilos, a 4-year-old by Bolt the Oro. He was much better at the Sunshine Coast last start, over 1,400 metres, and he had excuses too. He was slow to begin, he over-raced early, he was off heels at the 1,100 metres, he was off heels again at the 800 metres, and the rider got the whip at the 200 metres. So he had plenty of excuses that day. He's definitely in the mix here for sure. We go to the 3, Just Bingo from the Darrell Gardner stable at Bundaberg. Mackenzie Appel to ride, gate 2. She takes her 3 kilos off down to 56. Put together a couple of nice wins on the sand at Bundaberg, 3 and 2 starts back. Went to Monto last start and raced keen early, probably cost in the end. He's a very shrewd trainer, Darrell Gardner, so he's not here just to run a nice race. 4 is Northumbria from the Kerrett Spice stable at Rockhampton, Warwick Saturday to ride, gate 8, 59 kilos, son of Exceed and Excel out of a Lonro mare. He was good second up over 1,200 metres here behind the building. He battled on speed. He'll be sharper for that for sure. Just a little query going to the 1,300 metres. His both wins have come over 1,000. The 5 is Street God from the John Wigginton stable at Rockhampton. Ryan Wiggins to ride, gate 7, 59 kilos. Winkers first time. Blinkers are off again for the son of Street Boss. He's got the 2 runs back and he showed some improvement at Townsville last start over 1,200 metres. That wasn't a benchmark 55, so he does face a lot more depth here. 6 is Bobo Beware from the Zoe Hone stable at Rockhampton. Ash Butler to ride, gate 9, 58.5 kilos. Son of Done Deal. He's at the 2 runs back and look, he's battled on both occasions in Class 2, Class 3 grade, so this is definitely no tougher for him. He could improve. The 7 is It's a Mozart from the Stuart Kendrick stable at the Sunshine Coast. Leah Martin to ride, gate 5. She takes the 3 kilos off down to 55.5 kilos. 4-year-old who's had the 5 runs back from a break and he did go a lot better on the poly track at the Sunshine Coast last start, stuck on well, and he was off heels at the 800 metres. The 8 is a Money Man from the Kerrett Spice stable at Rockhampton. Justin Huxtable to ride, gate 3, 58 kilos, son of Capitalist. He hasn't won for a while. He was formerly with Stuart Kendrick. He's now in the hands of Kerrett Spice. He's been battling on okay. Look, it's possibly a little bit easier for him, so he's definitely worth some consideration in a race like this. And we round out our yard with the 9, Al Huthrop from the Tim Cook stable at Rockhampton. Chris McIver to ride, gate 4 on the minimum, son of Spirit of Boom. Placed here 2 starts back behind Diamond Money. That run was good. Didn't have a lot of luck here last start in restricted room at the 1,000 and laid in under pressure in the straight. That's a look at them as they get behind the gates for race 4 at Rockhampton. It's a benchmark 58. It's over 1,300 metres. And I thought this was the best of the day. Cool Encounter, 1, 4, 2 and 8 for me. Look pretty solid around that $3 mark. We may have been shopping a little bit better earlier today, but hasn't really fluctuated a heck of a lot, but just solid in the market for sure. And I know it carries plenty of weight, but gee, 3.30 we were shopping when we had a look this morning, so into 3. So it's a good move about the 1 Cool Encounter. We've detailed his history. His runs were good down in the southeast corner. Look, he's been racing in far tougher opposition than this. And with the claim, the 62 kilos, a lot of these have got to carry 59 and the like. So, I think he's well in, and his run first up really, really good. He just needs that little bit of tempo, and he needs a few of these to burn along. Northumbria should go forward. Street God can race handy. I don't think there's abundant speed, so she won't want to get too far back on Cool Encounter. But look, if he's close enough, I think he'll clearly be good enough to win this. He's the best on the program for me. 1 Cool Encounter. Over the 4, Northumbria for Karen Smythe. One of those that races on speed. Look, if he can run in a strong 1,300 metres, his 2 runs back have been good. He fought on well behind the Brill building here last start, so I've got to give him a chance of an upset. The 2, 3 Gongs went a lot better last start, 1,400 metres at the Sunshine Coast. Prior to that was a little bit plain Jane, but a much better run. And the 8 Money Man, Karen Smythe, Justin Huxtable combined, been battling on well, just finding it hard to win. 1, 4, 2 and 8 are my numbers. They're now enticing us back out to 320. Shanny, Tab?
Yeah, so the shortest price has been $3 there for Cool Encounter, but back out to $3.20. The 7, I noticed, Chargy, you've left out It's a Mozza completely out of your numbers, and there's been a bit of support here for the Stuart Kendrick train. Nick Gelding, Leah Martin in the saddle, they combined to take out. It's the second race, so $6 into $4.40 for It's a Mozza. That's where the support is coming for, hence the drip there, Cool Encounter. And then you've got number 4, Northumbria, $6. Got in as short as $4.40, but back out to $5.50, back in half a point to $5. Back out to $5.50 now as I update that. Then you've got the 5 Street God, $6.50 out to $8.50. And double figures the rest of the field. But the support is certainly It's a Mozza, $6 into $4 for the Cool Encounter, $3.30 into $3, back out to $3.20 charging.
Yes, interesting little race, isn't it? As I said, tactics are going to be the key here. I don't want Queanbeyan County to get too far back. So if you can be, a little bit better than midfield, I think that's ideal. Yeah, because there doesn't look to be abundant speed. It's a monster generally goes back. Form pride, I just can't line up It's a monster's form. Absolutely counter. I know Queanbeyan County's been out for a break and had the one run up this way, but gee, I thought his run was good. I think his form lines are far stronger than It's a Monster down in the southeast. So anyway, I have been wrong once or twice, 1,000 times, and it will happen again, that's for sure. But 320 about the one Queanbeyan County. Beautiful day in Rockhampton today, topping 28 degrees, which we've reached. Lovely sunshine, light breeze. Here's Russell Leonard for the fourth.
Last ones to move up into the barrier stalls. 1,300 metres the distance of this race. And Queanbeyan County runs the popular peak fixed on tab at 320. Number one is Queanbeyan County. Street God goes up. Northumbria moves in. Bobo Beware will move up to the extreme outside gate. He does so now on Nowasset. Red light on. Starter Mr. Trent Williams has the button in hand and he hits it. They're off. Fast away Money Man. It's a Mozza showing speed. Northumbria working across from a wide draw. Just Bingo up into a handy spot. Our Heart Throb. Street God drifting back. Third to last then is Bobo Beware. Then we got Three Johns and the favourite Queanbeyan County has gone back to the rear. Running into that top corner at the 900er. Rolling to the front, it's Money Man, showing the weight by 3/4 of the length. The stablemate Northumbria is running second and Just Bingo is third. 1-1 then running fourth is It's a Mozza, Our Heart Throb, Bobo Beware, Street God, Three Gongs and Queanbeyan County with them in. They thunder up behind 600 to go. Money Man the inside, Northumbria the outside, and they're toe-to-toe, the stablemates. They're a length clear. It's a Mozza are about to peel off their backs. Just Bingo getting into the clear. Pull to the extreme outside and starting to run on now is Queanbeyan County. They're down past the 350. Northumbria struck the front. Just Bingo is a bit of a danger the outside. It's a Mozza. Queanbeyan County trying to run on. Just Bingo at big odds. Hit the front. It's a Mozza late. Just Bingo the leader. Holding It's a Mozza on the run to the judge. Just Bingo beat It's a Mozza. Third over the line. Northumbria, Three Gongs. Our Heart Throb. Money Man, Queanbeyan County didn't finish the race off. Street God, Bobo Beware, the last one to clock in. Bookies get the lot. Three Just Bingo, Mackenzie at Pell is first, tab, 58.20 to win, 9.60 to place. Second, 7 It's a Mozza, 170 to place. Third, 4 Northumbria, 160 to place. 3, 7, 4, 2. Interim numbers after the running of race number 4. 3, 7, 4, 2. 3 Just Bingo the winner. Raced by D.W. Gardner. He's a 4-year-old black or brown gun by Jump with Cat at a Pulsey. Mackenzie Appel, Darryl Gardner is first. Our second over the line is 7 It's a Mozza. Raced by the Kendrick, Penglis, Rose, Moss, Wilson, Painter, the Alaskan Cupid, O'Brien, Charleston, Kaczynski, Fitzpatrick, Barnes families, also Prancy race.
So, if we look at the horses, the best one probably is 3 with the lowest pressure. Then it is 7 with a little higher pressure. Then it is 2 with the highest pressure. Okay. But the 8 is with advantage. So if we want to club this, see, I don't know if I mean, if we look at 2 and 3, all right, 2 and 3, this one has 12 races, this one has 13 races. They're more or less in the same zone. It's a better horse with less pressure on it, and this is not as good as 3, but it has more pressure on it, though they are carrying the same weight, but that's how the pressure is being calculated. There's a strong thing on this, but it is not as strong as we want it to be. It needs to be -7, -6, something on those lines. This is -98. So 3 and 7 are definitely in a better position. That's what I think. 8 beats 1. So 1, I don't know whether it will get in, but 8 will beat the 1. But whether 8 will beat 2 is something I don't know. So I'm going to try it's a class 1. I'm going to try a forecast on 3 and 7. 3 wins, 7 second. And 2, I don't know. I'm taking a chance. 2 is the favorite. It is in the best hands. I am just taking a chance, looking at how this thing is. The better horse, less pressure. Better horse, less pressure. This has more pressure. So obviously I like these two. And the score is also almost at the par. This one is a chance that I'm going to take, and we'll see if that works. I'm going to do that if the horses don't get tailed. 3 and 7 should not be tailed.
$50 development still in the moment. We've got Party It Down at $4.40, Borrower $6, Smiths and Strand at $13. Let's hit the Kayla for a look at them.
Welcome back to Queanbeyan for race 3, which is the TAB Sky Plus Plate. It's a mile, class 1 here. We have the 7 runners. The first horse we'll see is the 1 Borrower for Rob Potter and Richie Bensley replacing Brodie Lloyd. I think this was a good chance here. He's only 1 win from 16 starts, but he was formerly with the Price stable, so did a lot of his racing in provincials, where I don't think he was going to that. I think based at Potsy's, where he can reach these country races a bit better, he will win a couple of races with him. I thought his last start run was good at the Sapphire Coast on a heavy track behind Sacred Mistress, who went on to win again after that race, making her record 5 from 5, or for her last 5 from 5. I think that he can roll forward here and onto a slightly better surface. He's riding this. The 2 is Craft for Nick Olive and Nick Haywood to ride. He's a gelding that's third up here. His 2 months back have been good this time around, over 1,300 and 1,400, being only 2 lengths both times. I think getting out to the mile, third up looks ideal from his soft draw, who will naturally hold spot in the first 4. The 3 is Kataishi, Matt Kelly and Billy Owen. Gelding I have on top here, he took a while to break through, and he was good doing that last start at Undergo over the 1,400, but with his whole prior to that, he was based in town, so most of his racing was at Metro or provincial grade, where he wasn't quite up to that, but he has at his best placed in Metro Maiden, and won over 1550, sorry. So I think getting out to a mile, third up here in a country class 1 will see him very hard to beat. The 4 is Mandalong Stars for Gary Nixon and Mick Hegney. He's been struggling a bit, but has been facing a few tricky races of late. He's a horse that gets better the deeper into his preparation he gets, and he is at his 6th run in now, so he should really be peaking. It's hard to make a case for her, but she is 2 starts at the track and distance for 2 minor placings, so she does seem to thrive here. The 5 is Sidoni for Russell Hogan, Winona Coston. She's a 7-year-old mare whose maiden win came 3 starts ago at the Crookwell Picnics over 1,300. She's been well beaten in her 2 runs since, so it's hard to have. The 6 is out, so we go to the 7, Party It Down for Paul Curry and Dame Butler. She's a 3-year-old filly that's only had the 2 starts. She showed good improvement from the first to the second start to be able to win at Queanbeyan over the 1,200. I thought the win had a fair bit of merit in it too. I think she's a horse that's on the up. The jump from 1,200 to the mile just worries me slightly. The last of our runners is the 8, Stetson Strand for Joe Cleary and Jess Taylor. She had a last start off a wide run, finishing not all that far behind Sure Intentions. That's over 1460. I think getting out to the mile for the first time can help. All on their way around to the barriers now. One horse that was a bit hot and up on their toes was the 7, Party It Down. But if she can settle, I'd give her a bit of a chance here. And I did catch up with her trainer, Paul Curry, not long ago. All 2 runners here for you. Well, not in this race, 1 here and then 1 later on. But you've got a good chance here in the lightly race 7, Party It Down.
Yeah, she's going well. She'll improve with a little bit more maturity. Her first couple of starts have been good. She'll get back a bit today and hit the limit, we hope.
Both our runners have been over the 1,200, but you step up to the mile. Is there any concern with that?
No, not at all. She's in her work, and Damo rode her last start and said that she looks like she could get over a bit more ground, and she's a relaxed filly.
In race 7, you've got Anthracia. I've been saying it wrong, and I think I've been telling other people to say it wrong. She looks like a horse that can do a bit wrong, but when she does everything right, she's got a bit of ability.
Yeah, she's a gutsy little mare. She tries her heart out. She just needs a bit of...
Our rider, Nick Haywood, got around just past the barriers. Not sure if he jumped off or fell off. He's to his feet and running down to the gates, but the horse is getting led down to a barrier attendant, but he's just out of touch in the market now, Shani.
So he opened up Kayla at $2.80. He got in as short as $2.30 at one point. He's just back out to $2.60. I'm not sure if that was before or after Nick was dislodged or jumped off. Katashi is our favourite, however, horse number 3, 250. Got out to 260, back into 250. So it's hovering around that 250, 260 for most of the afternoon. Matt Kelly looking for a back-to-back double there. With
3 is now favourite.
And then you've got the 7. Cutting it down. It was also a little
3 is now favourite. 3271.
550 back down, half a point to $6 there for the top weight, and $26 for the economic seats and strength. Our favourite, Tashi, just ahead of Craft, who was our favourite a few hours ago, but just getting out to $2.60 now. Taylor?
So it's going to be Queanbeyan Shani with a few difficult horses, would it? But I'm with our new favourite here, the 3, Katashi, my late male. As I mentioned, I know he took a long time to break through, but he was just facing tougher maidens. Obviously, having his first preparation down here with Matt Kelly, and he's certainly much better placed than around the country circuit. We've seen that in his 2 runs back, breaking through at Gundagai, where for a comfortable win. And as we heard from Matt earlier, he was very confident getting out to the mile 3rd up. He's got good speed to roll forward and possibly lead, if not be the first 3, I thought, from his soft draw here in Nupsy. Hard to beat. From the 2, Craft, who's been good in both of his starts back. I haven't seen him this time around. I'm not sure if this is his usual behaviour, but he was a little bit hot when Nick got aboard him. And then, as I mentioned, I'm not sure if he jumped off or fell off, but he was obviously being a bit difficult either way on his way down to the barriers. So I can't tell you if that's a knock or his usual pattern, but going off his form, he should be very competitive here, 3rd up at the mile. In for 3rd, I put the 1, Borrower, as I mentioned. I think his form's definitely better than what it reads, and I think his last start effort was good at the Sapphire Coast. He was just beaten by a horse that's in excellent form in Sacred Mistress. That was on that heavy track. I think getting onto the soft 6 today will help him. And in for 4th, I put the 7, Party It Down. Well, she was very hot, but just having a look at her behind the gates now, she's obviously trained here, which can make horses a little bit more anxious, but she seems to have settled down and she's walking quite relaxed behind there now, which I think is good to see. As I mentioned, I think she appears to be a filly with a bit of upside. She won what was a fair maiden, to be honest, last start at Queanbeyan over the 1200, but I thought there was a lot of merit in the way she did it. The jump to the mile was a little bit of a concern for me, but speaking to Paul just earlier, he held no concern, so that's going to be good enough. She does everything right. Biggest number here, so I'm 3, 2, 1, 7. As far as our speed goes for this race, I think they might show a bit of intent with Katashi. Might be similar to his winner in the race prior, where in the race where you don't want to be stuck behind too many of the runners. Sometimes you just have to ride your horses a little bit differently, and he's got good early speed anyway, but whether they try to lead or just ride him where they find him, he ends up in the first 4, I'm not sure. Borrower, I think, will have to roll forward under Richard Bensley from a little bit of an awkward draw out wide. Craft won't be far away at all from its soft draw barrier 2, and Sidoni is the other horse with one across to the board that can show a little bit of early speed. Party It Down will jump from the 1200 to the mile. Naturally won't be too far away here, so it could be a fast 1 mile race. Our favourite is the 2, Craft now, $2.25. Just about loaded. Here's Anthony Men.
Favourite 225 at the death, Craft. And they're set to go. It's got the maroon jacket on, Craft the favourite. Ready, they're off. Craft came away 2nd. Kotaishi was the first one to begin. Craft quickly into 2nd position. Borrower's got to 3rd around Stetson Strand. And then Sidoni on the rails, Party It Down, and Mandalong Stars is the last one. So Craft is now taken to the top. Burrow was about to roll forward and get to 2nd, and Kotaishi lands leaders back in 3rd, going a bit keen there. Stetson Strand in 4th position. Sidoni 5th, Party It Down, and Mandalong Stars is the last one. So Kraft getting an uncontested lead here mid-stages. A neat length in front to Burrower second, and Ko Taishi is over racing on the back of the leader in third. And then Stetson Strand in fourth position from Party It Down, Sidonia and Mandalong Stars is the last one. Down the hill, and it's Kraft in front by 3/4 of a length, 800 to go. Burrower second, Ko Taishi is in third, and Stetson Strand in fourth from Party It Down, passed by Mandalong Stars, and Sidonia is still last of all. 600 to go, and Kraft starts to up the tempo now, gets them rolling. Burrower second, but under a bit of pressure. Ko Taishi's about to run past it, and then Stetson Strand from Mandalong Stars and Party It Down on the rail. So Kraft and Ko Taishi about a half a length between them once they turn. It's Kraft in front. Ko Taishi is a half a length away, grinding away at Kraft, but Kraft going well. 150 to go. Kraft a length in front. Ko Taishi can't quite get to Kraft, and Kraft in front, well rated by Nick Haywood, straight to the front job, and Kraft goes all the way.
237.
Ko Taishi's run second, Mandalong Stars has run third, Snitson Strand, and then came Burrower and Party It Down, and Sidoni's coming along last. Kraft the winner. Kraft. Well rated there by Nick Haywood. He sent it straight to the front. And Taishi began well, but Nick was pretty keen to lead on Kraft, and once it found the top, he really got away with some cheap mid-race sectionals there, and the second favourite was over-racing in behind him. And that was probably the difference, to be fair. Nick just
2, 3,
took the favourite to the front,
4.
whereas the second favourite was Buttle
2, 3,
up in
4.
behind them over-racing, and that was the difference. 2 from 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, and fourth will be number 8. And that was Snitson Strand. So there's your interim numbers, 2, 3, 4, and 8. Number 2, Kraft, Nick Haywood, Nick Olive.
Okay.
And 5-year-old by Star Kraft win.
So we tried doing this. We had a strong stuff going on with this 2, 3. How the 4 got in there is... Four and 8. So this one did not get in. Good that I did not go. It's a neutral anyway. We need to test that physics almost everywhere, I think. We'll keep doing that. We'll challenge that physics and see. But that's it. Okay, we'll go to the next 4. 1, 7, 8, 9 and 13. 1, 7, 8, 9 and 13. 11, 5, 4, 12. This is the fourth one here at Queanbeyan. It's a maiden race. 11, 5, 4 and 12. 11 is the favorite. 5, 4, and 12. So let's talk about 11 and 5. Now, the 5 has one race, and this one has 3 races. This one 1 and 3. 12 has 6, has done nothing. This one has 2, has done something. Then we have 1 races here. This is 0 race. 6. So 6 is probably in the best hands. 6 is probably in the best hands. 12 is an EW, but it has not done anything in the last 6 races. We have seen in the maiden races that with 5 races, the horses that have not done anything, that kind of gave it challenge. Now, let's look at how things are. I mean, if we look at it from the rails, it's 11 definitely has advantage with the rails, but we've got the physics on 6. Like here we have the 2, and we'll try again. But this one is a bad race to try this, because this is a maiden race. It will not give us anything. It's a maiden race, so this one losing, winning doesn't make any sense. So zero pressure. Here we have 1600 meter. We have seen the 2 going through with the pressure line. Then it was 3. Then it was 4. Then it was 8. The 7 was a neutral, did not get anywhere. But that may not be the case here. So here, this is the largest pressure. The second largest pressure is on 4, which is a neutral. Not in a position to win. So 11 and 5. 5 has 1 race, too much of pressure. This one has 3 race, no pressure. And here we look, the largest relaxation is on 10. The largest relaxation is on 10, which has, that's also the worst horse. Here the 6 is in good hands. 11, 6, 5 is 1 race. 12 has 6 race, not done anything. 4 is a neutral. 6 is in good hands. Has no races, but do you think 5 will lose?
All right, the Melodies, just didn't get it the mile. He's back 100 metres, it's going to help for sure, but I would prefer him maybe 1400 metres. The 5 is our turn now from the John Wigginton stable at Rockhampton. Ryan Wiggins to ride, gate 657 kilos. It's going to turn me loose. He's had the 2 runs back from a break, and look, I thought his form last preparation was very good. He put together some nice wins and some good efforts up north. He's had those 2 runs back. I thought his run here last start, second up was great. He raced keen early at the 1400 metres. Didn't have a lot of tempo winning the race. He should get a little bit more here today, and that's going to suit him, and I can see why he's the favourite. And the 6th around the mouth is Propotent from the Jessica Coon stable at Rockhampton. Chris McIver to ride, gate 1, 57 kilos, son of more than ready. He was good to win at the mile. He had 2 starts back up on speed. He took a sit last start and finished well over 1400 metres. He might be better placed going up to the 1500 again today, and does look lovely and relaxed parading. That's a look at them as they get ready to head to the gates for race 5 at Rockhampton. Of course, first leg of the quaddie. Yeah, I kept it trim. Kept it a little bit trim this first leg, but you just can't have them all, can you? My numbers here, 5, 3, 6 and 2. On with the 5, our turn now. I think he's really well placed. I know he's only won the 2. He's up against a couple of handy performers who have won, pretty much close to open grey, but he does look progressive, particularly around the 1500 mile, this horse. So I think third up, Ryan Wiggins aboard, you're going to get a positive ride, and he can race a little handier to them. He's got back his first 2 runs, but obviously over those shorter trips, this is going to suit him a lot better. And I like the engagement of Wiggins. He was on last start, and he did rattle home behind South Sea in a slowly run race. So 5, our turn now. On top for me, over the 3, Deciduous, who probably takes it up here. You've got a few that are going to join him. Taffy can roll forward, get what you think's going to be there. Our turn now, probably can put himself there, and the Pope led 1-2 back. So it's going to be interesting to see what tactics play out here. But the 3, Deciduous, couple of nice wins, beating Astra Star. He faces more depth though here today, and as I said, there was some excuses for him last start, but I thought he was a little bit of a flop. Deciduous, the son of the Autumn Sun, but Kerrod Smythe, the smart trainer, he can lift here up on speed. The 6, Propotent was good to win, as I said, 2 back off it. He's run behind American President, was solid here last start over 1400 metres, so if you couldn't fully sell him short for sure for Propotent on the form we've seen. He's got gate 1. And the 2, Mock Taffy. Yeah, look, I don't know. I just don't know if he's quite there ready yet. But Lindsay Hatch is a very smart trainer. I obviously had a little dabble with him back down in the southeast corner. It was 3 runs back, and he was placed at Toowoomba first up. He had excuses at Eagle Farm over 1400 metres in a metro race, and then I just thought he was a little plain Jane there last start, third up at Toowoomba. So he's better placed coming north, that's for sure. 5, 3, 6 and 2 are my numbers. I was hoping to catch up with Johnny Wigginton, but he has gone into hiding on me. So he, of course, trains at 5, our turn now. This will turn me loose. He's rightly raced, but does look to have some progression. Shenny, I love you dearly. I was only joking about poor old Bucko putting up with you, but I'll tell you what, you're into me today.
He probably says the same, don't you worry about that. So our favourite here, our turn now, $2.70 into $2.40 is our firm favourite, ahead of Mock-Taffy, $4.40 into $3.30. That's the horses that there's been good support for. And then the 3, Deciduous, has been a bit of a drifter, $3.90 up to $4.40. The 4, Get What You Give, $5.50 up to $7.50. So had a couple of points there for that girl, but 6 is Potent, $6.50 out to $9.50. And the outside is a Deep Strike, $23 out to $41. So you're rough to get up a couple of races ago and pay any old odds. So just because they're outsiders doesn't mean they don't have a chance for our favourite outside now. Back into $2.30 to screen any among now, Ryan Wiggins on board, John Wigginton, and third up today, Connors Things Gelding, and win number 3 on his resume at start number 15.
Yeah, look, He does look well placed our turn now, and despite the fact that he's still progressive, but just been rock solid, hasn't he? Right through the market. Accountability, well, I do need to tip some more winners, Shimmy, that's for sure. We've only had one so far, but as you mentioned, that boil over result in the last Just Bingo, Daryl Gardner, upwards of $81 fixed on tap. So, Jesus, shrewd trainer. He's very, very clever. And, well, he had a friend put some on, so hopefully they're having a joyous trip back down the coast to lovely Bundaberg, beautiful part of the world, Bundaberg, Vigar, if you haven't been there. And great, well laid out sand track, Bundaberg. They race on how many times a year now? Probably upwards of around 8 times a year. So, yeah, here we are, just up the coast to beautiful Rockhampton. Weather could not be better as they load up well for the first leg of the quaddie. Here's Russell Leonard for the call.
Played about the 5 out turn now. It'll be the last to load out turn now. Thank you, Ben. Out turn now moves in. And now is set. Capricorn Survey Group, red light on, ready to jump. Racing. Out turn now, jumped on terms with it. Mock Taffy showing speed. Get what you get going up looking for the leader. Out turn now 3 deep. He's going to have to ease back even further, Williams, to get in because proposed Deciduous kick up inside him and Deep Strike went to the rear. The lead time at a meter mark astern and Get What You Give rolls to the front. Shows the way by 3 lengths. Mock Taffy track to speed in second spot. Deciduous third, proposed fourth. You're out turn now back to second last and Deep Strike is last. Into that top corner of the 900er. The leader is Get What You Give. Get What You Give, 1.5 in front. Deciduous still running second, Mock Tapping third. Out turn now fourth, the outside of proposed Deep Strike with the men. Spin that record, play it against Sam, no change in the order. Get What You Give. Comes to the corner with a break of a lane. Deciduous still running second, Mock Tapping third. Out turn now, further back in the field, Deep Strike and proposed. They're well on the straight, 450 to go. Deciduous goes up on the outside of Out turn now, or up on the outside of Give What You Give. Out turn now, trying to get to the pair of them. Proposed fourth, then Deep Strike. Mock Tappy up behind them. Give What You Give. Deciduous there together. Out turn now, not there yet. Deciduous hit the front, got away from Out turn now, then Proposed, but Deciduous pulls away into the line and won by a length and a half. Out turn now ran second, Proposed was third, and Give What You Give was fourth. Deep Strike, Mock Tappy, they left it in the bag.
Well, the 3 Deciduous for Kerrod Smythe and Warwick Satherley. Yeah, he had very consistent form before that failure last start, but he's really put them to the sword there in a good win. He had a lovely running transit, didn't he? Didn't burn today. He let Out turn now go and take it up. Get What You Give, take it up, and he was just able to get that lovely card into the race and get the job done. Deciduous, Warwick Satherley for Kerrod Smythe. The 5 out turn now. It may have just been 1 run short. Might have gone off too early. Would be the first, won't be the last. Ryan Wiggins was aboard. He had a chance, but Deciduous was just a little bit too sharp today. The 6 Proposed worked home nicely to run third, and the 4 Get What You Give has run fourth. Was able to make a pretty easy time in front. I just don't think he runs it out strongly, but 3, 5, 6 and 4 Mock Taffy didn't get into the race today. He had that run third, but he made 2, just need that 1 more. But all on as a winner there. Deciduous, Smythe, Warwick Satherley combine and take out the 5th at Rockhampton. 3, 5, 6 and 4 the numbers. Shani, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Chargy. Well, I doubted you leaving McTaffy out of the quaddie, but you better. Left him out. Tail off. Yeah, so complete tail off as well, mate. So, Deciduous, it's Chargy's second on top selection. So, salute at $6.30. Our turn now, 183 Pro, go 3, 5, 6 and 4 the interims, $5.90 the vanilla traffic, $6.20 first for $138, and should pay around $11.88. That's it from Rocky this afternoon. First on the deck body, it's time to head to Queanbeyan now. Race number 4 sees the first live of their body coming up. And Tommy Flyer, the favourite here, upright heatings on board at $1.95, so the trainer. Go down to $2, back into $1.95. Sheet Terror, $3.70. Zoltmar, $6.50. London Star, $9. Contraband, $10. Whimsical Spirit, 15. All right, let's head to Kayla for a look at them. 8 minutes away from this maiden over 1200.
Welcome back to Queanbeyan. We're up to the first leg of our quaddie here, which is race 4, and it's the All Goods Maiden Handicap run over the 1200 metres. We did see quite a few scratchings out of this race. It's left us with just the 8 runners. The first horse we'll look at is the 2 Contraband for Richard Nutman and Jess Taylor. He's a 4-year-old gelding that's only had the 3 starts. I think all of his runs have been okay. They've all been in provincial maidens, where he's been up on the speed at his last couple particularly. And he's been holding his ground well enough to come back in grade and figure somewhere here. Nice and relaxed walking around the yard. The 3 is Easy Time for Gratz Fellow. Richie Bensley quickie up the ride for Billy Owen, who's indisposed off the back of that last race here. He's a 3-year-old gelding that only had the 1 run at Canberra over the 1200 metres. I thought his run was a lot better than what I expected, to be honest, although he was beaten 9.5 lengths, but his trial prior to that was very plain, so he seems to be a gelding that could improve again. The 4 is Zosmar from Mitch and Desiree Kearney and Winona Coston. Takes the reins here. He's a horse that's first up. He used to be trained with the Hayes team down in Victoria, and then he went to Lisa Shepherd, where he didn't have a start, but I believe had a trial with her, and as I said, now made his way to Mitch and Desiree's stable. His 2 runs in Victoria, he showed a bit of speed. He just couldn't find a lot off the back of that, but he stuck on okay both times. He had a trial at Grafton recently on a heavy track, which I thought was very fair, but it wasn't a very hot trial. So follow the market with him. The 5 is Sheer Terror for Mick Smith and Tegan Martin, claiming 2 as she rode this mare on her debut at Queanbeyan last meeting over the 1200. Took much charge of the bridle a little bit. Tegan let her roll to the front. I thought she stuck up really well, around 7.5 party it down. She's taken a bit of benefit out of that run. I expect her to be very competitive here. The 6 is Whimsical Spirit for Len Hodgson and Damon Butler. She's a 3-year-old filly by Divine Prophet. She's bred to get out over a little bit further, and she trialled very much like that. She got out the back in the Golden Trial and she was beaten 11 lengths behind Let's Go Brandon, so I'm happy to wait and see what she does, but she's parading well. The 7, 8, and 9 are out, so we go to the 10, Reds Express for Russell Hogan and Mick Hegney. She's a 2-year-old filly here by Alabama Express. She's had the 1 start, which was a $71 chance. She got a long way back at Queanbeyan over the 900. I thought she actually ran on okay, beaten 7 lengths. So I think getting out to 1200, if she's taken a bit of improvement off that debut effort, she could find the line a bit better again. The 11 is our favourite Tommy Flyer, Nick Oliver and Mariah Keatings. He's a gelding that's always shown a lot at the trials, but gets to race day and he's found himself doing a fair bit wrong. Even I thought last start at the Sapphire Coast on the heavy track, although he stuck on low around 30, he still wanted to roll around a little bit down the straight. We spoke to Nico earlier, who gave him a good push. He said he feels that he's come on a lot from the Sapphire Coast run, so that's got to be a good push for him here. The 12 is the last of our runners. The horse I'm quite keen on here as value bet in the 12, London Star for Teresa Bader and Pierre Boudabella picking up the ride here. Look, she has a mare that's second up. She's had the 6 runs, overall. 4 of them are last preparation. I thought she was around the mark in some tough maidens. She came up against horses like Welcome to Barbados, Eurofiki, and never finished all that far away. They spelled her, obviously brought her back this time around, where she's had the 1 run at Kembla of the 1200, and she got back and found the line, I thought, quite well behind Wee. I think that was definitely a much stronger maiden than what she faces here, and I think right back in grade, second up, she can improve enough to win. We have a short price favourite here in the 11, Tommy Flyer, and he was quite eye-catching from the yard, but a horse that has seen a bit of support is Sheer Terror, the 350 now, and will be ridden by Tegan Martin, who I spoke to just a moment ago. Tegan, you have the 2 rides today, and you kick off here with Sheer Terror, a mare you've had a bit to do with, despite her only having 1 start.
Yeah, I've trialled her first up. She's a
an older mare to be starting out. But she's going really good. She's actually got quite a lot of natural speed. Initially, Mick was kind of always told me, she'll be looking for further from her breeding lines. And when I trialled her, I said, gee, this horse actually she's a lot quicker than you may think she is. And her first start here, she really took the bull by the horns, jumped away nicely. She's a little bit green within the field, which is fine. And last time we drew out wide, so it kind of did us favours. We were just able to slide forward. And she's just a really tough, naturally speedy little filly. So I hope she can go really well today.
Do you want to charge through the bridle a bit there?
A bit, but I think there was a bit going on with a horse that decided it didn't want to be on the track. So she did really well to kind of get her focus back and whatnot with all that was going on early racing. But other than that, I think she's just got a lot to learn, and with her short career so far, I think she's doing everything right and taking it all in a step.
Yeah, it was good stewards footage for Emily going through the outside fence there, but luckily she's okay. Your other ride too here, I think he's slightly over the odds in the next race for your boss in Field Agent. He's a horse that doesn't usually perform first up, and I thought he was rubber good.
Yeah, first up, he went out pretty keen and strong. He's a horse that, honestly, you can just pump that much work into him, and it's like he hasn't even worked the next day. He's just tough going, and hopefully today he'll settle a bit more as opposed to last start. We were a bit more forward than what we would have liked, so hopefully today he can kind of just settle from his last run, and then the plan is next start to go over a little bit further.
All right, well, good luck with both of them.
Thank you.
My Late Mail, I do have found a spot for it, but in for third, I put the 12 London Star on top here. It did make a value bet, but is seeing a bit of support now, which I'm happy to see. Thought her first up run was good in much tougher and right back to a much easier race. I think she's good enough to get over the top of them. From the 11, Tommy Flyer, certainly entitled favourite here. I just think he's a little bit hard to trust, but Nico did give him a good push earlier. In for third, I put the 5, Sheer Terror. I thought that was positive comments from Tegan then, who obviously knows this mare well. And in for fourth, I put the 2, Contraband, who I think comes right back in grade from what he has been facing. What's the market doing, Shani?
Well, they're jumping on your on-top selection here, Kayla. London Star, $8.50 into $4.40, continuing to firm. So we've still got 90 seconds of betting time remaining. So I'm tipping this horse will firm up even more. So Kayla might be on the right path here, coming out of a very strong provincial race last time out. But the favourite is Tommy Flyer, $1.95 to finish short as $1.80, back out to $1.90. This is, as I said, it's hovering around that $1.95, $2 quote for most of the afternoon. $3.70 for the 5. Sheer Terror, $3.90, got in as short as $3.40, back out to $3.80, back into $3.70. And there's Kayla's on top selection, London Star at $4.40. $13 about the 2, Contraband. There's been a bit of a trick to $9, $10 to $13 there for him. I was a little bit reluctant. I think it was actually our favourite, Tommy Flyer. So Pariah is out of the saddle. Tommy just pulling back there with the barrier tendon, trying to lead him into the gate. So she's jumped out of the saddle, and I would say he'll be loaded in right as I was about to jump onto the structure. Now, the quaddie, so Kayla's put 5 numbers in the first leg, 12, 11, 5, 2 and 4. In the second leg, race number 5, she's put 1 and 3. In the third leg is 5, 6 and 3. And then the last leg, race number 7, 4, 2. She spent $60 for 100%. So it's a tough little race here, Kayla. I can see why you've put 5 numbers in, but you're on top selection now into $4. So I'm going to feel like we're right at the start of the time now, but we can start the second favourite here.
Yeah, well, you always like to see a bit of support from your top selections, don't you? I did throw in Zosmar in my quaddie because of the early support it saw. It worried me a little bit, but it's a big drifter now, $6 right out to $15. So you could probably afford to leave him out and spend a little bit less. But yeah, I did think this was one of the more open races of the day, this 1200 metre maiden. A few horses bringing all different form lines, which is always hard to try and follow them, but happy with my on top selection here. think has certainly been facing harder races than what she does here. But they're all loading up. We're a little bit behind start time here, with a few horses taking a little longer to get in. But we'll head up to Anthony for the call of our first leg of the quaddie.
Coming off a midfield run at Kembla last time out, but obviously this is a shade bit easier. And Zuzma an easy time of the last couple. 2 to load here. Zuzma down from Hawkesbury. We have to be led forward. And easy time. Take note, rider train Richie Bensley on easy time. Billy Owen indisposed, not riding for the rest of the afternoon, and Richie's on this one. The All Bids Maiden 1200. Tommy Flyer favourite. Nick Olive, Karaya Keatings. It's off the inside. Blue Jacket. They're off. Tommy Flyer broke well. Zuzma and Contraband were fast away. Whimsical Spirit, and then came London Star from Sheer Terror in the second half of the field. Easy time. And Reds Express the last one. 9.50 to go. Tommy Flyer's in front. Contraband is second. Zuzma's in third. London Star fourth. Whimsical Spirit. And then 4 lengths away came Sheer Terror from Reds Express, and easy time's the last one. So Tommy Flyer, 600 to go, half length in front. Contraband Racing second, Whimsical Spirits in third. And then London Star from Zuzma and Sheer Terror starting its run 3 wide from Reds Express, an easy time. Tommy Flyer should have a good kick here, rolls down the hill, 400 to go, a length in front to Contraband. And then Whimsical Spirit on the back of the leader from London Star, Zuzma, and Sheer Terror didn't handle the corner at all. It's gone to the outside and can't win, but Tommy Flyer can. He's off and gone. He put 3 lengths on them very quickly. Zuzma ran to second, London Star, but Tommy Flyer, he's a mile in front. Someone go catch him. He might run to Cooper. He's that far in front. Tommy Flyer romps him. Zuzma ran second. Third, London Star. Sheer Terror got lost on the home turn. Whimsical Spirit. They were followed then by Contraband, Reds Express, and Easy Time. It's bolted in Tommy Flyer. Number 11, Tommy Flyer first. Karaya Keatings for Nick Olive. 11 defeats 4, Zuzma, and 12, London Star. 11, 4, 12.
That was nearly a carbon copy of the last winner.
Yeah, sure was, Kayla. Look, he's got a ton of ability, this horse. He's just learning how to put it together, and I felt he took so much out of Sapphire the other day and went forward so much, and he did most things right today. Jumped, put himself on the fence, and had the race controlled a long way out, I thought. So really good to see. Great ride from Karaya.
She rode him like he was the best horse there. Do you think that will be his go leading, or in time he's probably going to be better take a sip?
Yeah, probably be better with one to follow, I'd say. But just the way it worked out today, we just thought, he knows this place pretty well. We've given the fence, and he can follow that. But must say, Karaya's done a bit of work on him too, so she's done a really good job with him.
Well deserved. Well done.
Thank you.
She certainly has. From what I've seen at the trials and race day, well, more so race day, seems to be a horse that's done everything right at the trials, but then he gets to race day and he falls apart a little bit, but he does look like he's been a bit of a tricky ride, so that certainly will be a well-deserved win by Karaya there, who's riding really well. Lost her claim, obviously, I want to say in the last couple of months or so, and riding without a claim is always a bit tricky. Obviously, you need the support because often trainers would prefer to just put a senior on than a non-claiming apprentice, but she's riding well, that she's getting the support. It helps when you have a boss like Nico too that is continuing to support you, and hopefully she can make that transition to town or provincials over winter, because she's definitely riding well enough. Well, the 4 Osmar was good there, ended up outside the leader, and he's stuck on well. He can win a race quickly for Mitch and Desiree. The 12 London Star had every chance, just wasn't good enough to get over the top of them there, but she's boxed on well for third. And the 5, Sheer Terror, I thought that was a terrific run actually. She was sort of chasing a long way out, lost her way on the corner, which makes it really hard for horses here to pick themselves up and find the line, because if you get shunted on that corner or you do run off and then you start running downhill, they just lose their legs completely. So the fact that she's been able to pick herself up and run on into fourth, I thought was quite a good effort. So she might be a nice one to follow out of a tricky race here. But there's a lovely looking horse, Tommy Flyer. See Chestnut with his 4 white legs. He looks like butter wouldn't melt, but I'm sure hearing from Karaya, she'll have a different thing to say about him. So, as I mentioned, he's obviously been a bit of a handful, and as you can see by all the gear that he sports, so he's needed all the help he can get to be able to put it all together race day. But I'm sure the owners and all the connections will be thrilled with that result. I'm sure, I was just saying, it will be a very well-deserved win, a horse that looks like has been a bit of a handful.
Yeah, definitely. I've obviously done a lot of work with this horse from the get-go before he sort of left Nick's. I did shed a few tears when he left the stable, so I was really happy to see him come back, and to get the win on him is quite special. We always knew he had a lot of ability to get the job done. That was really good.
Good to see him finally do everything right.
Yeah, definitely. We knew the ability was there. It's just so many things going on in his head, but he really had the will to race today, and he's got a lovely high cruising tempo, and to find off that as well was really impressive, and I think he's got quite a bright future.
Well done.
Thank you.
It's certainly been a good day for Karaya so far, only halfway through it. That was the first leg of our quaddie, and taken out by our favourite Shani.
And a nice win at that. Thanks very much for that, Kayla. So Tommy Flyer salutes 230, 118. Zosma, well, actually 220 on the New South Wales tote. Totes up. I'm just reading the 6 odds. Zosma pays 290 on the 6 odds. And $1.35 there for luck.
So this is a benchmark 58, the 5th one here at Queanbeyan. The odds are 3, 1, 5, and 6. 3 is the favorite. It's a 7-year-old mare over a 1200 meter. It's got 55 races. But also has a dedicated jockey. So here, if we look through the rails, the previous one was a 1200 as well, which was a maiden. Here, the BB went through with 0 pressure. Here it is a BB, the best one, probably, with almost no pressure. Almost no pressure. But it is a 7-year-old mare. Now, if we have to compare this horse, we have to compare this with 6. The nearest one is 6. And then obviously we've got the 4, which is not there within the odds, which is here 11. So the nearest one is 4. Why? Because it is 55 race. This one has 7 races. The score is almost the same. The score is almost the same. In fact, 6 has better. It's a complete green line. But 3 is a better horse. It's a 7-year-old mare. One is the 6-year-old mare, which has got a lot of the highest pressure is on this. So here the highest pressure. This one was it just had 1 race, so considering this was a bad idea anyway. But apart from that, the 4 had the highest pressure. The result is that 4 came in second. That's a 1200 meter. Now, this will not. I mean, I don't have anything to say. I kind of am lack of words because this is a 7-year-old mare with almost no pressure. This is a 6-year-old mare with the highest pressure. Then the 4 is there with the second highest pressure. 5 is the third highest pressure. This is the fourth highest pressure. This is on 1200 meter requires pressure. That's definite. But the 11 went through because of the BB. It is a BB. And this is horse racing actually. Do we want? I mean, do I want to go with a 7-year-old mare over a 1200 meter? I mean, if I ask myself that 8-year-old question, that if I put money on this 7-year-old mare, and if I lose, and let's say I go to the race course and ask them, hey, 3 was the favorite, why did it lose? What is the answer that is going to be coming back to me? Didn't you see it was a 7-year-old mare? It's an old horse. So I'd like to watch this race. I'm not going to put in money because this is a 7-year-old mare. No, I don't care whether it is favorite, it is not favorite. It certainly doesn't make any sense. The technicality part is there, but it's a 7-year-old mare. So I'm out.
His hopefully playing is blistering, so he's just a very good horse, and I'm sure he'll be making his presence felt now. But sometimes Jimmy doesn't make things easy for himself, does he? Well, it's just a horse that, if they can run home in that ridiculous time, normally they can't do it at both ends, and it's just a very, very good horse. And I'm sure he'll be better again next prep. Like, he was much better this prep. I'm sure he'll be better next prep.
Oh, well, you've got Bella's replacement to come back in October.
They're not too dissimilar, actually. Bella probably made her own luck a bit better, but size and shape are not too dissimilar.
Well done. Congratulations.
Cheers.
Congratulations, Ethan. It's not a flashy type, but geez, game.
Yeah, I think so, game. Good to have a lot more of him around, but he's only a small little horse to ride. He looks great. There's not much of him, but when he hits top gear, there's not many horses that can go quicker. What do you think went to plan today? It did, yes. I was very lucky. Just had to just stay cool, pinch runs, and when that gap opened, I just had to trust that he was going to use his turn of foot. He done that, and yeah, we were able to get the job done.
Sharply becoming the new rising star, mate.
Oh, second, maybe. Thank you.
Take a leg off the body race on the sector benchmark 60 or 1600 there. It's more of a true usual favourite horse in the 4 280 into $2. So pretty good support. Replace the ace for 230 out to $2.50. You've got Mr. Gray. Horse number 7, 650 out to $9.50. What you're doing is 6, 9 out to $11, back in a point to $10 because often his gaze on himself. He's now up there. He's had one run up there, $9.50 out to $13 for him, and Sun's next best at $34. Chargy, we're 6 minutes out. Take us through the yard.
Thank you, Shannon. I'm going to take you through the market as well. This is race 6. It's NB Security Benchmark 60 over the 1600 metres. No one yet, so we'll come back to him last. We'll kick off with the 2. Replace the gates from the Tommy Smith stable at Rockhampton. Ash Butler to ride, gate 2, 60.5 kilos. He's got a lovely specimen, son of Ross. Look, he put together a couple of nice wins. Mackay, 3 and 2 starts back. He went back there over 2,000 metres last up. He just overdid it. He was wide early. He over-raced. He just refused to really come back underneath Ash Butler. So back to 1600, back to Rockhampton. He looks the leader. As long as he settles in the run, he's going to be very, very hard to run down. 3 is I Say Boom from the Skillington stable at Rockhampton. Nicky Olzard to ride, gate 4 takes 3 off down to 55 kilos. Earmuffs pre-race only again. He's an okay stayer, I'd say. He put together a couple of good wins a while back, but it has been a little while ago. He's had the 2 runs back over 1,200 and 1,400 metres. This will suit him better for sure, but I just wait for him to show us something. The 4 is Moment of Truth, the one the money's come for from the Kerrin Spice stable at Rockhampton. Justin Huxtable to ride, gate 3, 57 kilos. A man that is very, very consistent. She put some good wins together. One of May here at Rocky 5 back, then went to Thangula over the mile and bolted in. Very, very consistent of late. She can stay on notice, and while she always looks like she needs to tidy up a bit, she's fit and well. 6 is What You're Doing from the Mac Crop stable at Toowoomba. Justin Stanley to ride, gate 6, 56 kilos. A 5-year-old who's had the 1 run back. I thought his run was good behind South Sea over 1,400 metres. Second up record is not flash, but look, he's well enough, and Matty Cock knows how to churn a win when it comes to Rockhampton. The 7 is Mr. Gray from the William Weeks stable at Rockhampton. Warwick Sudley to ride, gate 8, 54.5 kilos. Caravaggio, he's just struggling to find that next win. He won his Mackay maiden pushing towards the year ago now, but he's been consistent without winning, always around the money, so he's not the worst here. The 8 is Saddles from the Leone Horseman stable at Rockhampton, or Oliveira to ride, gate 1, 54.5 kilos. He's just struggling for any sort of form, so look, I'd probably prefer him in something a touch easier than this. We go to the 9, Enterprise Phoenix from the Tim Cook stable at Rockhampton. Montana Philpott to ride, gate 5. She takes the 2 kilos off down to 52. So Spill the Beans has had the 3 runs back from a break and just not showing us enough yet. And finally, here is the one that's off in his gaze from the Leone Horseman stable at Rockhampton. Paul Hamlin to ride, gate 7. 63 kilos. Now, Shane mentioned his Sydney form. He was placed at Warwick Farm 3 starts back over the night. He's not happy about coming out, is he? But he'll settle down. The jock will get up out on the track. He's a very good horseman, Paul Hamlin. It's had the 1 run up this way. It was over 1,200 metres. That wasn't going to suit him. This will suit him a lot better, and I think you'll see a much improved performance today. That's a look at them as they head to the gates. Well, hopefully he does off his gaze. He's just not overly keen about it at the moment. Just having I'll think about it. Wales there to try and help out, but he's in a mood, isn't he? He's not going anywhere at the moment. He's planted the front feet, and he has said, well, you can push me all the way, Big Ricky. They should get him moving, sure. But a couple of play-ups coming out onto the track today, but Mick Barnes is there. He'll no doubt try and get into the gates there. For this benchmark 60, it's over the 1,600 metres. My numbers are 4, 2, 1 and 6. On with the 4 moment of truth. I just think she's racing consistently enough. Justin Huxtable aboard. The 57 kilos doesn't look too bad for her. And look, I think she's consistent. Should run out a good mile here. So that money is strong for her. She's in odds on now. So 4 moment of truth on top. I am terribly frightened with the 2 replace the ace. He's been racing well. He likes to roll forward. He looks the speed in this race. And he's the one they've got to gun down. One's off in his gaze. He's on his way to the gates now. And look, his form down south was good enough for something like this for sure. So he'll be a lot better for that run over 1,200 last start. And the 6, what you're doing, probably over the odds in a race like this, has been spec'd in from around double figures. So 4, 2, 1 and 6 are my numbers. A short time ago, I caught up with Ash Butler, the rider of the 2 replace the ace. Ash Butler, a couple of nice rides to finish today. Replace the ace here. He just refused to settle at Mackay last start over 2,000.
Yeah, look, his runs before that were actually really good. He settled nicely, just stepped into the 2,000, one go a little bit keen. They've done the right thing, bringing him back to the mile. He's a jump and roll forward horse. We won't change too many things up. He's got good gate speed, and we'll go forward. And coming back to the mile should really suit him.
He's a lovely horse, isn't he? He's got potential.
Yeah, he's a beautiful big horse, and you can tell probably why he is very strong, because he's a big lump of a brute. And that's why he's sort of got a go forward sort of attitude. He likes to roll along, dictate things up in front. We won't change too much up today.
So it's a bit like you.
Completely the opposite to me, because I'm a little brute.
Now, tell us about your ride in race 7, last-ditch effort for Johnny Wiggins, and a horse that's got ability. Put together some nice wins when he first came up this way.
Yeah, look, his first up run at Mackay was really, really good. Got back to last and sort of picked his way through and run 4th, and then Sean Cormack rode him again here. He runs 2nd, and then last start I've got a funny feeling they might have rode him a little bit too close, because he just didn't have that turn of foot and that finish off like he has. Today we've got a sticky gate. I wouldn't mind talking to Wiggo and trying to ride him a little bit quieter from a sticky gate, seeing if he can attack the line like he can.
Now, you've got a little busy period coming later in the week. You won't come to Townsville on Sunday, but a couple of non-taps Saturday and Thangul on Monday next week.
Yeah, I give Townsville a miss this week. It's really difficult. We've got sort of 3 race meetings in a row. We've got Spoon here on a Saturday, then they've got Townsville Sunday, and then I've got to come sort of all the way back if I did go to Townsville for the Thangul meeting on the Monday. So I'll give Townsville a miss this week, and I've got a full book both days, Saturday and Monday. So, yeah, hopefully we can get a winner there somewhere.
Now, I thought Daryl Hanson had very good earrings, but what's going on here? Little Diamante in the left ear. You're trying to rival the great Daryl Hanson.
He's got me covered. No one can get past the Nike of Daryl Hanson, but I've cut the rat's tail off. I've seen the light. 33 on Friday, Michael. So I've Anzac Day baby. So yeah, I've got to wake up with myself.
33 going on 18.
I wish.
Absolute mugler he is too, but can ride. He's on the second favourite here, the 4 moment of truth, well back 280 to $1.95. Just getting back out now to 210. 2 replace the ace, 230 out to 280. The 6 what you're doing, touched $10 I think when we did the preview, into $8 now. Then the 7 Mr. Grey, not much happening there at $12, but 210 about moment of truth now, in from 280, a little easy replace the ace as they load up well. Here's Russell for the 6th at Rockhampton.
$. Look what you're doing, Adam. Chance this race here to go. Now, soften his gaze to move up. Soften his gaze goes forward. And Mr. Grey will be the last to load. We run 1,600 metres. We run for empty security. Now they're set. Moment of truth, the favourite starter hits the button, and they're on. I say Boom got the best of it, bounced in front of, showing speeds out of Price. Phoenix up into a handy spot, Saddles going forward. Replace the aces, go to settle 4. 2 lengths of the back there now. Over on the inside's off in his gaze. Then we've got moment of truth, what you're doing. Mr. Grey went to the rear. good speed here as they leave the 1200 metre mark behind them. And I Say Boom trying to make every post a winning post, shows the way by 3 lengths. Running second is Enterprise Phoenix. 2 lengths away, third Saddles. The inside have replaced the Ace 4. Another 2 lengths at the back then came Top in his gaze, being covered up by the short price selected Moment of Truth. Mr. Gray, and back last of all is What You Doing. Just short of a half mile to go. I Say Boom, given a mid-race breather, shows the way now by a length and a tail. Enterprise Gaze still running second, replace the Ace coming out 3 deep third. Up behind them Saddles, starting to blend into the race is Moment of Truth. Further back in the field, then we've got Mr. Gray, and getting onto the back, a Moment of Truth is What You're Doing. They're down past the 400. Enterprise Phoenix went up on the outside of I Say Boom, replaced the Ace, trying to get to the pair of them. On the outside, starting to pick up ground, Moment of Truth, and then we got What You Doing. Over on the inside, I Say Boom, kicking strongly, just in front, trying hard, Moment of Truth, not there yet. What You Doing coming from the back late. I Say Boom just in front, over the top of them, What You Doing, What You Doing, going to I Say Boom. I Say Boom nosed out, What You Doing, and a tiny to race 6. Photo third, Saddles, Enterprise Phoenix, and replaced the Ace. Not finishing the race off, we had Moment of Truth, might have it twice in the run on.
I Say Boom. There you go. Nicky Olzard, a bit of an upset result, but I've had a couple of those today. But he's a handy enough stayer on his day, trained by Maurice Killington, and I know they love him dearly. And yeah, he's saluted today. Third run back, good effort. 3 beats the 6. What You Doing closed off well, just misses out. The 4 Moment of Truth had its chance, was there to win the race. I thought could, but it hasn't got there. It's run third. 364. Photo for fourth, not there yet. It was pretty tight. There was a swag of them across the line, but all on as the winner. 3 I Say Boom at a very, very good price. It's going to knock us all out of the quaddy, I'd say. 364, still no number 4, so Shani, we'll get that down the line. Another rough result, and Rocky back to you in the studio.
Indeed, Chargy. Now, I'm pretty sure when you asked Nikki earlier on, could she ride a winner, she tipped the horse in the next race. She's come out and won on this one at 34.20, 550 the place. What You Doing pays 180, still winning on third and fourth. So through, we walk into segment 2. We'll flash them up on your screens. Let's head down to Queanbeyan now, because we're only 6 minutes out from the 5th race. The favourite is Crucial Witness at 440, just ahead of 4K at $4.80. Here's Kayla with the look.
Welcome back to Queanbeyan. We're up to race 5 here, which is the Sheridan Garage Doors Benchmark 58 run over the 1200. We had a couple of scratchings here, so left with a field of 9. First horse we'll look at is the horse that I have on top here in the 1-4K for Sean Cody. Jade McKenzie claiming 3, CSO carry 61.5 kilos. She's an unbelievably honest mare. She hasn't been with Sean for the whole time, but since he has had her, she just has hardly missed a beat. Last start was a plain effort, but it was in the wild card at Goulburn, where she had a tough run, and she's probably outclassed there. And I also think she doesn't run the 1400 right out. So I think she had excuses. She's been fresh in a month and back to the 1200, and I don't think too badly weighted here after the claim. The 2's out, so we go to the 3, Crucial Witness for Grappsfeller and Damon Butler. Very, very tough, hard-trying mare she is. Her record at the track and distance excellent. She's had the 13 starts for 2 wins and 4 minor placings. One of those wins came last start, benchmark 50 here, obviously. She has had a few unlucky and tough runs this preparation, but she always seems to overcome them and still finds the line well. So from barrier 1, she'll get every chance. It doesn't hard to beat. The 4, it's Missile Maiden for Rob Potter and Glenn Carl, claiming 2 kilos. She's a mare that I thought was good last start at benchmark 66 at Gundagai. She didn't have the clearest path, and then when she did get out, I thought she found the line quite well. Think back to a 58, and with the claim, she's not badly weighted here. Has a sticky draw to contend with, but with the right run in transit, I expect her finding the line well. The 5 is So Brugalicious. First up here for Nick Olive and Jess Taylor. Nick looking for 3 winners on the card, actually, and this horse certainly isn't out of it here. She was able to win first up at Dubbo last preparation in the same grade over 1200, and she was a beaten favourite in her next 2 runs for the preparation. But she's had 2 trials this time around, which I think have been really good. She looks ready to go here. The 6 is Prince Kuro for Kim Moore and Nick Hayward. Geez, he's a big lump. He's just walking past me now. He's a very healthy looking horse. He looks excellent, but walking very casually. He broke his maiden 4 starts ago at Tareen. He's just struggled a little bit up in grade since. I thought he had excuses last start at Port Macquarie off a wide run though, and did stick on well, sorry to be beaten only 3 lengths. He's ensured a softer run from barrier 2 today, and that can certainly help him. The 7's out, so we go the 8 field agent for Gary Kirk up at Tegan Martin, claiming 2 kilos for a boss here. He's a gelding that's second up, and he generally improves second up. He hasn't fired first up at all, but his second up record, he's had 3 starts for a win and a third. I thought his first up run was good behind our favourite Crucial Witness. He found a little bit of pressure up on the speed and stuck on well, beaten only 2.5 lengths. Knowing that he improved second up, I think he can close the margin or get a bit closer to her this time around. The 9 is Heavenly Legend for Bob Joseph and, the Joseph Jones team. Jay Jean-Van Overmere picks up the ride for Brody Loy here. He was posted 3 wide outside the leaders last start. That was in the Crucial Witness race, and he stuck on well to finish alongside Field Agent. He draws for a softer run, which I think will help him, but he just needs to find a little bit more than what he has been. The 10 is Agony Aunt for Mike Petrovic and Pierre Brudevillain. She's a mare that we've typically seen get back, and she's found the line really strong at her best. Last start, she chopped a bit closer in the run, and she held her ground not bad, being 2.5 lengths to Crucial Witness, comes out of that same race as well. I don't think she's quite letting down at her best her last couple, but if she does show an electric turn of foot, she won't be far away. Last of our runners gaining a start is the 11 William for John Rolfe and Mick Hackney picking up the ride here. He's beaten 9 lengths last start in benchmark 45 at Hillston, but his run prior at Cowra was definitely better than that in this grade in a benchmark 58. So he finds his best, not hopeless.
I don't even have the 9 on my race card. I don't know how.
4K, I think very honest. Obviously had excuses last start in a much tougher race. Back to 1200. I think she's not badly weighted after the claim. I think all the chances anyway, the weights are quite compressed, and I think she'll take beating. From the 3, Crucial Witness, loves Queanbeyan. She'll get every chance from barrier 1. Is as tough as they come. In for third up at the 5, So Delicious. We'll need a bit of luck from an awkward draw first up here, but he's trialling well enough if she gets it to figure here. And in for 4th, they put the 8 Field Agent. As I mentioned, for a horse, it doesn't fire fresh. It wasn't far away at all first up from a Crucial Witness, so he can improve second up here. Our new favourite is the 1 4K, and will be ridden by Jade McKenzie, who has won on her in the past.
1 is the favourite now.
Jade, just a couple of rides for you today. 1's out, but you're left, well done, I should say, but you're left with a good chance. You must have been happy to get back on 4K today.
Yeah, I think she's a really honest little mare. She tries her heart out, and I think she should go well.
And back to, obviously, she ran in the 1400 last start in the wild card, but that probably, she finds that a touch hard, would you say?
Yeah, I think so. I think the 12 suits her a lot better.
And drawn well enough, you're coming to 4, I think. What would you like to be?
I think we'll try and get a forward position and see how it plays out, and hopefully she can finish off well.
Have you had any luck with Queanbeyan before?
I rode my first one in here.
So you know your way around. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, well, they're loading quite quickly. We'll have a quick look at market, Shani.
Indeed, Kayla, they are moving in quickly. So we've got equal favourites here, 1 and 3, both at $5. So very, very open and fair. And then you've got 3 horses at $6. So a point separating about 6 horses here. In fact, the 3 Crucial Witness just into $4.80 as I speak. The 4 Missile Maiden at $6.50. Likewise, the 6. So, and that's Prince Kira. Good luck finding the winner. A very, very open benchmark 58. As benchmark 58s can tend to be. Good luck, Kayla.
No, you're exactly right here. With the now second favourite in 4K, but they're all nearly loaded up, just waiting on the last one here in Missile Maiden. So we'll throw up to Anthony.
To come forward is Missile Maiden. And they're ready to go. This is the Sheridan Garage Doors, 58. Crucial Witness, favourite off the inside. Orange jacket. Ready, they're off. Crucial Witness came away a little worse than midfield. Can't muster early. 4K was away fast. Sabugalicious and Prince Curo is going. Sabugalicious, and then came Crucial Witness and 4K. 200 to go. Prince Curo's in front. 4K, Sabugalicious, Crucial Witness. Prince Curo's on empty. Here comes 4K. 4K went up to Prince Curo. 4K's just in front from Prince Curo. She'll win. 4K just got home from Prince Curo, field agent. They were followed by Crucial Witness, and further back in the field, Sabugalicious, Missile Maiden. Then came William from Heavenly Legend. Sabugalicious and Agony Art has run last. 4K. Jade McKenzie for Sean Cody, number 1, will win just from 6, Prince Curo. And 8, Field Agent will run third. 4th will be number 3, Crucial Witness. 1, 6, 8 and 3. She just ground away under the big weight all the way down the straight. And she's run down Prince Curo in the shadows of the post. And she wins by about a head on the line. Number 1, 4K, Jade McKenzie, Sean Cody from Baruga, the mare by counter attack. Went 5 from start, 22 with 8 minors.
Well done, Sean. Gee, she's a bonny little mare, isn't she?
Oh, she's a super. I'd like a stable full of her. Yeah.
Obviously tried her in the wild card last start. The 1400 a bit too far.
Yeah, it was a bit of a schmozzle. She got caught wide, and I think the 1400 suits are right out, like the 1200 to go, as the record suggests.
Yeah. Was it a plan to freshen her up for this, or the race just popped up?
It was just finding the right race for her. I have to give full credit to Jade. It was a pooch of a rock.
So what happened is the 3 was a 7-year-old mare. It got a little tricky between 1 and 6. So the pressure definitely wins. They both same size horses approximately. They're kind of the same size. But this was a 6-year-old mare. This was a 4-year-old gelding. This was in the best hand. This was in one of the worst hands. But this was a linear, and if we look at the physics, that's definitely there. That's definitely there. That was one race, but that's definitely there. But the thing is, it's very tricky to put money on any of these horses because they're not one of the best of the stock quality or anything. So use caution. 17 to 46 to 45. 8 is the other one. And then finally 3.
My heart out and couldn't ask for any more. And you rode her a treat there, but talk us through the run. She always jumps really well. There were a few that just wanted to go a little bit harder than I would have liked to. Carrying such a big weight, I'd like to sort of just take the sit on her and get her to hit the line late, but she did. It's a big weight. Have a look at your saddle, let you go in and put it down. Well done. Thank you so much. Well, it's a great result for Jade, as I mentioned. Only came here for the 2 rides, had one earlier, and that was obviously the one she came for, and she's ridden at an absolute treat there. So our favourite's been able to get home. Shani in race 5.
Taylor, well done. Finding the winner there for paid, but Jade McKenzie, well done.
7326.
Had a small action. She's a promising young rider. She's been around for that long, but she's snatching up the wins and well done to her. Many wins to come for Jade. 5:30, 2:10 is Churo, 2:20 Field Agent at $2 Lady and Crucial Witness is in 4th spot, 168 and 3. Quinella pays $28. Trifecta $457. First 4 $1,175. And the exact double $54.10. They are the interims on race number 5 from we're taking a break. We're not too far away from the next at Rocky.
All right, this is the sixth one here at Queanbeyan. We look through the odds, it's 7, 3, 2, and 6. 7, 3, 2, and 6. If we look through the rails, 7, 6. 7 is the only one probably which is within the rails. It's one of the babies which is there. But here is the thing. So here, what happened on a 1200 meter? That one went through with 113, 6.5 kilograms. We have a similar horse here. That's number one. 7-year-old mare. 7-year-old mare. Absolutely the same style. It's like 6-year-old mare. This is a 7-year-old mare. And the pressure line is like that. It had 113. This is a little less, 112. It has 6.5 kilos of appreciation. This is also 6.5 kilos of appreciation. This one we had the physics. The physics is also here with this. Now, it's a 7-year-old mare, so I don't know whether it'll deliver. I don't know whether it'll deliver. Now, that's the 7. The 7 will get in, but will the 7 win is a big question, because if we look at the pressure line, then 5. It is first is the 7-year-old mare. We don't know whether it is going to do anything. But here the 5 is the one with the highest pressure line, which is a 4-year-old mare. Now, this thing has been put in as a neutral. This thing has been put in as a neutral. But if we look at the handicapping side of this, then this is strong handicapping. This is after that, then this is after that. 6 and 2 are here. So 7 and 3, they are both drifts. 5 is a neutral, which generally doesn't win. These are the two drifts. The 7 is the largest drift, which is supposed to be a second horse pool. The 3 is almost the same thing, but today the 3 has a better jockey, which is also a dedicated jockey. It is also a dedicated jockey on 3. So 3 is gate number 9. 1 is gate number 10. 5 is gate number 3. The connection could be 9 and 8, out of which this is another EW, right? 9 is another EW. So the question is, that let's say, for argument's sake, that the 1 is not going to win because it is a 7-year-old mare, but the pressure line is there. It's like the same thing. The 1, right? The 1 went through with 6.5 kilograms, 6-year-old mare. It went through here. So here the 1 is the thing. If that does not win, in that case, it is probably 5. 5 also has the best jockey. Now, neutrals do not win under certain circumstances. We don't know if that circumstances are here. We'll take a look at the horse at the paddock. A 4-year-old mare versus a 7-year-old mare, a 4-year-old mare definitely takes the cake. So why 5 is not there within the odds is something that I don't understand. This is the largest drift. Ideally, this is the second horse pool. So if we take that 5, 7, and here the problem is this is a dedicated jockey. This is a dedicated jockey. So the thing that might work, it's a benchmark 58. Let's give it a shot. I'm willing to give it a shot. And so if we look at the pressure here, so the pressure is less on 7. The appreciation is less on 7 here. 2, this one was the highest. Then 6 went with that. All right, the six definitely was a much younger horse, and with a green line. They both are the same size, 17. This is 113. This is 26. The 4 came in, I think, third, fourth, something. The 8 also came in, but here, if we discount the 1, the question is, can we discount the 1? If we discount the 1, then it is 5, the pressure, then it is 7, then it is this one. 2 is way below. 2 is way below. 6, they're talking about this, but no match right now. So seven wins. That's a question. And if the 7 and if the 7 is there, that 7-year-old mare is also there, why will that not win? Or is it going to be?
So he's an icy flat price, that's for sure. Last ditch effort. I've got him on top, the 9 to beat the 4. Diddley Squad, who's racing really well for Clinton Taylor, and his connections. He's got the advantage of gate 1. That's going to be worth a bit for him because he likes to lob on speed. His form's consistent. He's just starting to really fill a pinch against good horses at solid grade, but he's racing well. 5 parade ground. I just wish it was at least 1,300, 1,400, but look, he's had that month between runs.
And very surprisingly, that 5 is not even there within the odds.
1,200 is going to be very, very hard to beat. And the one Minardi, I think he's a chance here fresh. He's got a good fresh record. Trip, no problems at all with him off the break. He's got the blinkers on again. He gets a claim for Liam up. So a good little race. 9, 4, 5, and 1 are my numbers. But Shenny, these starting to just work these 2 out a little bit. The squad coming in for good support.
Yeah, so Diddley Squad is our new favourite being charged with. $2.50, opened up at $2.80. So that's the shortest the Diddley Squad has been in, getting the 2 kilo full pot. Then you've got the 5 parade ground 270 up to $3.08, which is can it be better? $4.60 up to $5 out of there. $10 for the 1 Minardi, who opened up at around $9. So it was probably around $10 and $12 about the red Monavo. But Diddley Squat $2.80 now into $2.50, looking to put another win on his CV. He's had 20 starts now for 4 wins, so looking to make 5 starting with 7 minor placings and the 5 parade ground. It's a 3 kilo claim from Mackenzie. She rode a win up earlier on in the day and he won first up with Mackenzie on board, so looking to go back to back. This preparation is 4-year-old gelding. Only lightly raced. He's got a nice little record actually. 14 starts for 3 wins and 4 minor placings. Okay, Charlie, we're 60 seconds away from the penultimate. We all love the penultimate, don't we?
Oh, it just makes Tommy's day when we say the penultimate. It's just one of those things you've got to roll in. I know you do it, I do it. It becomes a habit, doesn't it? It's an impressive word. Maybe we should buy a horse and pull it penultimate. It'd probably run second last all the time too. But gee, it's been a good go. Diddley Squad, hasn't it? 220. I'm real happy about going in though. Diddley Squad lashed out a little bit there at a few behind, but they've got him in now. So it's been a good day's racing at Rocky so far. Not enough winners, but that's okay. We can finish with a bang with a couple of well-priced runners. The first was taken out by Zalesny, Ryan Wiggins for Ricky Vale. Race 2, Spellbound, or Spellhound, my apologies, Leah Martin for Stuart Kendrick. Race 3, it was She's a Alibi, over for Chris Hanson. The 3, Just Bingo, won race 4 at a big price for Mackenzie Pell and Darryl Gardner. Race 5, Deciduous, Warwick Sutherley for Kieran Smythe, a nice win. And it was I Say Boom, another one at a good price to win race 6 for Nicky Olzard and Maurice Killington. Well done to them. Here we are at race 7, Diddley Squad, well supported, touch 220, just back out 240 to 230. So just a funny market this. We're getting $11 about last hitch effort. Here's Russell for the 7th at Rockhampton.
Turn Stuart Kendrick, Jane Gelding. And in it goes. Now we're set. 1,200 metres the distance. The LJ Hooker, and they're off. Faster weight parade ground. Picked Diddley Squad out, which is a bit of surprise, but Diddley Squad is mustering speed over on the inside. Can he be better going up to Diddley Squad? Now they pair off. Can he be better? 3/4 the length in front of Diddley Squad, with a trail now parade ground third. 3 lengths of the back, Bowen Arvo. 4 lengths of the back, then in the field, Manasi. Last ditch effort, Deep Blast is last. Coming towards the corner, can he be better's gone pretty fast, shows the weight by a length. Now coming away from his back, Diddley Squad. This forces parade ground 3 deep on the home turn. Bowen Arvo's run up beyond the last ditch effort, Manasi. Deep Blast is last. Can he be better? And Diddley Squad, they've done a bit of work early midway on the run. Coming off their backs, Bowen Arvo. Parade ground's on the extreme outside, and Manasi is starting to wind up. Diddley Squad, he's bobbing in the lead. He's just in front of Bowen Arvo, who's about to go to him. Bowen Arvo got the better of Diddley Squad. Deep Blast into the clear late. Bowen Arvo just in front. Diddley Squad trying to kick back over the top of them. Deep Blast, they hit it. Bowen Arvo. Bowen Arvo has defeated Deep Blast in Diddley Squad, who are in a photo for the skinny end of the prize. Last ditch effort, Manasi. Second last, can he be better? Parade ground last.
Well, there's another winner at good odds. Double figures about the 3. Moen Arbe first up for Mully Green. Justin Huxtable aboard, and yeah, didn't he launch? He loomed large and he went on with the job. Good win. Good run, the second horse, Deep Blast, closing off well, hasn't missed by much, so a nice second up effort there. The 4, Diddley Squad, he just refused to lie down. Diddley Squad, he was up there punching all the way, and he tried his hardest, and his effort was very, very good to run third.
I mean,
Gee, the 9 last effort, I thought he was going to run
my situation is a little tight.
he's run 4th, but
I will not go with a 7-year-old mare.
beautiful split through under Justin.
The one is a 7-year-old mare. I will principally not go with a 7-year-old mare. The 7 is in a dicey position. Winning looks difficult. 3 has advantage because it has a dedicated jockey.
$18, Deep Blast.
And 5 is not there within the odds. Nobody has considered 5. But out of all this that is going on, I think 3 and 5 are in the best hands down. 3 and 5 both are in good hands. Best is in. So my situation is a little tight. I cannot. I don't want to. I don't want to. I mean, just because the 3 has a dedicated jockey, I cannot go with that because it certainly doesn't have the other advantages that it requires.
Juliet's Joy. But the first horse we'll look at is
The 7 is
takes 4 kilos off
the
her back.
favorite, but it is dicey.
60 and a half. She's there, I believe.
And there is this 7-year-old mare, which I don't want to go with.
The Sapphire Coast track.
That's one. This is that 7-year-old mare.
That's in the benchmark 66. Obviously, win the day, went on 200 rate race in the highway on Saturday. She's 2 from 2 at the track at distance. She does draw awkward here, but she'll likely get back off a quick speed, and you can count on her being honest. The 2 is Sydney for Kim Moore and Ramsbotham claiming 2. That was all a bit of a mouthful. He was good last start off a wide run on a heavy 8 at Tuncurry, beaten only half a length. Thought his form overall was a little hard to get a good gauge on, but if he can repeat what he did last start...
But they're playing all odds. Within the odds, they've been playing.
3 is Railway Avenue for Catherine Carl.
Playing all
Her brother,
odds.
Matthew Carl, rides here. Gelding he knows very well. He can be a tricky horse to ride too. Can be quite hard going in his races, but he rides quite well on the speed last start at Gundagai. So he found the line really well to be able to get another win on the board. He's 1 from 1 at track distance. Another horse though that will need luck from this awkward draw, but you can count on Matty Carr giving him the right run. 5 is also like Juliet's Joy for Joe Cleary and Jess Taylor. I think she's a mare with a lot of upside. I reckon she'll make her way to being a nice country cuts type horse, so she's definitely a bit of a stayer, but I thought her resuming run over the 1200 behind Crucial Witness was excellent. She got back, she looked like she was never going to run on, and then she found the line really well late, as mentioned, to run second. I think she will still get out over further, obviously, but up to the 1460 second up, the senior going forward and soft draw, I think she's very hard to beat. The 6 is Ale for Gary Nixon, and Mick Hegney rides. This one's only 21 starts, and I'm a bit surprised by his record. I think it's just because he's predominantly contested much tougher races. I don't think he's at this sort of a grade. He's generally pretty honest. Does everything right. I thought he was good last start, beaten only a couple of lengths and a half of race in Canberra. There's been a couple of things come out of that race with the right run. I think he's got to figure somewhere. The 7 is draft for Pat Murphy and John Van Oberman. He's a gelding that's first up, another one that's at his best when he gets over a mile, the 2,000 metres. But he did run third first up at Gundagai last preparation over the 1,400. There's been a bit of support for him, so you have to respect that. Ladies Wonderbrahma for Scott Jamison and Butler to ride. He's also had been getting back in front of the line well. Now, last start he rolled forward in a slowly run race, and he just didn't seem to find the line quite as well. That was a Dubbo over a mile. I think he'll get the right run here, but he'll probably need to be at his best in a tricky sort of race. The 9 is Geostorm for Greg Stevens and Rebecca Bonnet Prague, claiming 1.5 kilos. Sees him carry only 54.5 kilos. He was good last start at the Sapphire Coast on a heavy track. He did a bit of work to get outside the leader from his wide draw, and he stuck on well, beat only 2.5 lengths. That was only over the 1,200. Getting out to the 1,400 suits him better. Getting onto a softer, a firmer track suits him better, and he should get a softer run from that nicer draw. The 10 is More Voltage for Mitch and Desiree Kearney and Winona Costin to ride. He's third up. He's beaten 12 lengths and 11 lengths in his 2 runs back. Last start he did have excuses for Hawkesbury though, where he pulled up lame from that. He's obviously had a bit of a let up off the back of that, getting him right. That was 6 weeks ago. He gets every opportunity to find his best here from McMurray too, and his best is good enough to run certainly better than what he has been. The last of our runners is the 11. There is no water for Tom Wilson and Richard Bensley. He's a pretty unassuming little gelding, but he's a horse that never finishes too far away. At last start, he found himself a bit closer in the run at Queanbeyan. He was beaten only half a length to Dev Grew over the mile in a benchmark 50. Barrier 1, right down in the weights here. I don't think he's out of this stall. Well, Pat, you train a favourite here, I must say. I'm wrong more often than I'm right, but I left him right out. Surprised to see him come up favourite.
Yeah, no, he's a lovely horse. Obviously, first run for me. He's been not a work in progress, but it's just been getting him to this point. I had him nominated in the 1200, but I thought the 1400 would just give him that time just to get in his rhythm really well. He's A horse that I think will benefit from just being ridden comfortably. How he breaks, how he does it. Got a good jockey on who knows the horse and knows where we're going to be. So the plan A today is be really hitting along strong, which I think is good enough to win the race. So I told Sean to get him out, get him comfortable, and then come home over the top.
Well, that was my next question, because obviously the best of him gets out over a bit further. He did run third first up last preparation, but that was on a heavy track. Do you feel he is sharp enough to be able to win first up?
Yeah, definitely, and the soft track is good. I spoke to Joe Cleary yesterday about the track, and it's a bit mixed messages now about what they have, but he said there's definitely get the toe in, which I think he hasn't really done anything on a firm track, so he gets the conditions to suit today, first up.
And just explain the gear changes. You've taken all the gear off him. Was that just a fresh start with you?
Yeah, fresh start. I'm a bit old school. Our natural. So, I could be wrong, I could be right, so we'll find out.
That's right, good luck.
Thank you so much.
He did used to wear quite a bit of gear. I've seen him in the past where he's been a bit of a tricky ride, quite a headstrong horse. So perhaps taken the crossover off, the nose roll off, and the tongue tie off, and that's left him au natural, is what Pat just said. My late mail here, I'm at the 5. I made my best bet of the day, Juliet's Joy, similar to the favourite. She's going to get out over a bit further, but I really liked the first up run over the unsuitable trip over 1200. I think a soft draw, 1460, senior going aboard. She's hard to beat. From the 6, Zale shouldn't be one from 21, as I mentioned. Certainly has been contesting tougher. The form out of his last race where he wasn't beaten is quite good. In for third, I put the 3, Railway Avenue. Any luck in the run, we'll see him figure some week. He owned him for fourth. I put the Honest One, Almost Persuaded. Similar story, racing well. Form out of her last start was good, obviously, behind Win the Day. And she's 2 from 2 at the track and distance. But we might have a little look at this market, Channy.
Rough. 4.40 into $3.60. It's just firmed up another 10 cents there since speaking about him. Your on top selection, $5 into $4.20. There has been a bit of support there for Juliet's Joy. You've got the 3, Railway Avenue, $7.50 in up on to $6.50. Actually got in to $5.50 at one point, got back out to $6 out to $6.50. Then you've got Sydney, horse number 2 at $8, $6 out to 8, so out a couple of points there. The 9, Geostorm, $5.50 out to $8 as well, and 6, Zale, $7 out to $9. So with the support coming for Rough and also Juliet's Joy, a couple of the others have gotten out a point or two. But Rough will start our favourite, $4.40 into $3.60. We're shopping $4.80. Markets originally came out this morning after scratchings there. So both JBO and Pat will be combining with Rough here, and it will start our favourite. Just under 60 seconds to go, but the loading process has started there, Kayla.
Yeah, that's right. I found him a really hard horse to find. Yeah, obviously I've left him right out, but I certainly have a lot of respect for Pat Murphy as a trainer and his positive comments there, and the support hasn't stopped coming for him. So it sort of makes me a little bit worried leaving him out of my body here, but nevertheless, he will start our $3.60 favourite. They're nearly all loaded. Quick look at the map here. It's a bit ugly. I think horses like Railway Avenue, Sydney, Zale will be rolling forward from out wide, and then perhaps There Is No Water and Geostorm from the inside draw. There will be putting a bit of pressure on early, but the last one's starting to go in now. Almost Persuaded. We'll head up to Anthony Man.
And this one over the 1460. Almost Persuaded completes the line for Caitlin Sinclair. Field is set. Rough's your favourite. Stand by. Ready. They're off. Rough missed the start. Came out last. There Is No Water, Geostorm, the first 2 to begin. Zale going forward from More Voltage, Sydney, and then Juliet's Joy from Railway Avenue, Wonder Brahma. Almost Persuaded is second last, and Rough after bombing the start last. Into the back at the 11.50. Geostorm's in front from Zale second. More Voltage third. There Is No Water fourth. Sydney's in fifth. It's 3 wide around Juliet's Joy, Wonder Brahma. Then came Railway Avenue, Almost Persuaded, and Rough is 4 lengths away last as they start the run down the hill where Geostorm, 800 to go. Let Zale second. More voltage third, 3 wide, and then There Is No Water fourth from Sydney. Juliet's Joy between runners. Then Wonder Brahma from Railway Avenue. Almost Persuaded second last and Rough last. 500 to go. Geo Storm from Zale. More voltage third. Twice between.
Come on.
Runners and Railway Avenues behind those. Rough still last at the top of the straight. 300 to go. Geo Storm in front from Zale. Then more voltage. They're followed by There Is No Water. Juliet's Joy trying to squeeze through to get a crack at them. And Almost Persuaded's coming as well. Juliet's Joy, Almost Persuaded, more voltage. Almost Persuaded, the top weight. Almost Persuaded goes home to win from voltage. Juliet's Joy, There Is No Water, and then came Geo Storm from Sydney. They're followed by Railway Avenue from Zale. Rough on the start, was game over after that, and Wonder Brahma's run last. Number 1, Almost Persuaded. It's a knockout result. Caitlin Sinclair for Rob Potter. Good on you, Ponzi, back to a 58. Don't know how long it's been since Almost Persuaded's been back to 58 grade, but she's been far too good for that lot. Number 1, Almost Persuaded, has won from either 10 more voltage or 5 Juliet's Joy. 10 will run second, 5 will run third.
Well, good on you, Patsy. I believe at the Sapphire Coast you said this may be her last racing prep, but perhaps not.
Oh, swimmer. I think it's a duck. Yeah, look, that was an outstanding ride from that kid. Like the plan was to go back, be with the fence, and ride for luck. There about the 300, she was going to go to the outside. She waited, and yeah, no, the little man, she's a cracker. 64, down to 60.5. Caitlin, very more happy for Caitlin. That old mare, she's just a marvel. Just the wet tracks, the cracking ride.
It was, right, and now 3 from 3 in the tracking distance too. Not many horses love Queanbeyan.
No, when you look at the stats, and a lot of stats say that she's had 2 from 2 on the distance. Wet, look at the wet, amazing.
You can't play these races.
She went like busting today on the wet. She found a leg.
And you seem to be able to keep her up quite a while for an older mare. What's the key to her at home?
Oh, I just keep her up. We don't work her much. Swim her a bit. She tells you. She's eating good. She's just a marvel.
Well done, Popsy.
Thank you.
And as you mentioned, thrilled for young Caitlin Sinclair. We've spoken about her quite a bit in recent times. She's just moved over from Norm Gardner's to Nick Olives to be based here at Queanbeyan, so she knows her way around Queanbeyan now. And hasn't had a whole lot of opportunity, but she can ride right on the minimum, and she seems to ride well with the opportunities that she's been given. She's done everything right there and Almost Persuaded. It's just excellent. As I mentioned, she was great last start behind Win the Day, and that form was franked in the highway. So I was surprised to see her stack $23 or whatever price she started. And she needed a good ride there from a 4-kilo apprentice, which sometimes you don't expect.
So what happened is that 7-year-old mare with that pressure went through. The 10 the 3 did not get anywhere. The 5 was the second. How the 10 got in there is and the 11 also got in. This was an EW anyway. But that happened. That pressure worked on that 7-year-old mare. But it's dicey. It's best to stay out of these races, because whether that 7-year-old mare will deliver, the pressure on that 7-year-old mare is as good as Lady Shenandoah when she raced at Flemington, I think, Flemington or Randwick. That's the same pressure. Five, 9, 10, scratched. 4128.
Full replay of race number 6 from Queanbeyan. We've got one to come. That's after.
Stand by. Ready. They're off. Rough missed the start. Came out last. There is no water. Geo Storm the first two to begin. Zale going forward from Ball Voltage, Sydney, and then Juliet's Joy from Railway Avenue, Wonder Brahma. Almost persuaded is the last and rough after bombing the start last. Into the back at the 11.50. Geo Storm's in front from Zale second. Ball Voltage third. There is no water fourth. Sydney's in fifth. It's three wide around Juliet's Joy, Wonder Brahma. Then came Railway Avenue, almost persuaded, and rough is 4 lengths away last as they start the run down the hill where Geo Storm, 800 to go, led Zale second. More voltage third, 3 wide, and then There Is No Water fourth from Sydney, Juliet Joy between runners. Then Wonder Brahma from Railway Avenue, almost persuaded second last and rough last, 500 to go. Geo Storm from Zale, more voltage third, 3 wide. Then came There Is No Water from Sydney. Juliet's Joy trying to slice between runners and Railway Avenues behind those. Rough still last at the top of the straight, 300 to go. Geo Storm in front from Zale. Then more voltage. They're followed by There Is No Water. Juliet's Joy trying to squeeze through to get a crack at them, and almost persuaded's coming as well. Juliet's Joy almost persuaded, more voltage, almost persuaded the top weight, almost persuaded goes home to win from more voltage, Juliet's Joy, There Is No Water, and then came Geo Storm from Sydney. They're followed by Railway Avenue from Zale. Rough bombed the start, was game over after that, and Wonder Brahma's run last.
Okay, this is the last one here at Queanbeyan. If we look through the odds, it's 4, 1, 2, and 8. 4 is the favorite. Now, this is 1,000 meter. We've been looking at 1,400 meter, 1,600 meter. The track has been playing pressure all the way. All the way through, the track has been playing pressure on these benchmark 58 races. So if we look through the pressure line, the 4 has the highest pressure. And right after that, it is 7, which is a neutral. We've got a very strong stuff on physics on 4 that's going on, but so that 7 is a check. Now I've also got this 12 because if we go through the, I mean, this track definitely is not playing quality. This track is definitely not playing quality. They are a rural track, so the quality is out of the window. So if there's a quality going on, and that 12 is pretty much a green line. It's an EW. So that 4 is from gate number 4. This is gate number 5, and 12 is gate number 6. They're all together. They're all together. So that's, I think 4 is a clean shot here. 4 should not be a problem unless it doesn't run. Unless if it doesn't run, then there is no stuff going on. The 2 definitely is the largest outer drift, so that's usually the second horse pool, but we've got the 7 with a lot more pressure going on with a better jockey. It's a neutral, it cannot win, but it is there in some way or the other.
The afternoon. Okay, Chargy, as I come to you for the last time this afternoon, it looks like you've got all of your horses.
Almost, Shenny. Almost. Not quite, though, unfortunately. Although there's 2 snuck in under my guard. So let's have a look at them for race 8, the benchmark 58. Gerard's cutest handicap over 1,050 metres. Here is the 2. Henry's Blade from the Clinton Taylor stable at Rockhampton. It's Montana Philpott to ride. Gate 3 takes the 2 kilos off down to 61. My son of Harry Angel, she was very impressive on debut up this way for Clinton Taylor at Mackay. It was a class 1. He didn't beat a lot over 1,200 metres, but she was convincing. He won by nearly 7. He's got to step up a little bit again. He's got to carry the 61 kilos, but he's clearly got some class and some upside, and I think they're going to have some fun with this ex-Victorian up this way for sure. Looks well again. 3 is Pretty Slick from the Ricky Vale stable at Rockhampton. Mackenzie Appel to ride. Gate 7. She takes the 3 kilos off down to 59 kilos. She's a mare that generally doesn't carry the weight. She said the one run back, she carried 58 that day, and she tried to put herself into the race. She was fractious in the gate. She was held up in the 300 metres, so she had genuine excuses. But look, she can improve here second up, but I just worry a little bit late with her, but she's there. The 4 is Toe the Line from the John Manson stable at Mackay. Justin Huxtable to ride. Gate 4, 60 kilos. Lovely mare by Better Than Ready. She's on the 2 runs back, and I thought her effort at Mackay second up was very good. She was carried wide and off heels at the 900 metres, and she was wide the remainder. Third up, she looks cherry ripe. She's got to carry the 60 kilos, but she looks in great order, and I thought she was way over the odds here. 5 is Sue Faster from the Carl Sinclair stable at Rockhampton. Brooke Johnson to ride. Gate 8 takes 3 kilos off, down to 57 kilos. Ex-South Australian galloper who's been racing at Morpheville, Oakbank and the lights. The runs have been good. Just raced a little keen early last up and wasn't beaten too far, so 3-8 some interest here for sure. 6 is Devil from the Clint Taylor stable at Rockhampton. Justin Stanley to right gate, 659.5 kilos. Crossover noseband the first time. It's a Spirit of Boom. He's first up. He's got no public trials coming into this. He's a light style of horse. He's not much to look at, I can assure you, but he did win first up in his maiden at Emerald last time in. He was a winner here 2 starts back over 1,100 metres, and he can race on speed. Scratch 7, scratch 8. We go to the 9, which is a flying mate from the Ricky Bale stable at Rockhampton. Ryan Wiggins to ride from gate 1, 58 kilos. Together some nice wins early this preparation, but the form was just tapered off a touch for this mare by Nakoni. But look, she's got the advantage of gate 1. If she can put herself into the race, she's not the worst here. 10 is More Stylish from the John Wigginton saddle at Rockhampton. Leah Martin to ride from gate 2. She takes it 3 kilos off down to 53. Mackay 0 to 55 when a 3 starts back. Was wide throughout last start, some excuse, but just needs to lift a touch on recent form. 11 is Dubious Love from the Jamie McConaughey stable at Rockhampton. Raul Oliveira to ride gate 5, 54.5 kilos. Winker's first time. 3-year-old filly by Dubious, who showed good ability to win first up last time. I thought she battled on well in 3-year-old open grade behind Scrub Chain before a break. So no public trials coming to this, but keep a close eye on her. And the 12 to round them out is I'm Famous from the Parker stable at Gympie. Gabrielle Simmons to ride gate 9, takes it 2 kilos off down to 52. Blinkers off again, son of Epaulet. First up, no fresh form to speak of, so they just need a touch easier at this stage. That's a look at them as they head to the gates for race 8 at Rockhampton. It's a benchmark 58, it's over 1,050 metres. And let's have a little look at this market. Henry's Blade, they're solid 230 to 195 today. So pretty solid, you'd have to say. Support for Henry's Blade. Then the 11 Dubious Love, who's $4 to $4.40 today. 6 Devils, $4.20 to $4.60. Out to the 3 Pretty Slick, who's $8 to $10. What are you shopping now about total line? $23. I'm going to hopefully give us some value in the last race 8 at Rockhampton. On forward to 6 and 11 with a 4 toe the line. I just thought she was well placed in a race like this in a benchmark 58. She's back from 65 where I thought she fought on well behind Booming Lad at Mackay second up. Third up, she's fitter again. She looked in good order. She's a mare that's always generally performed well, particularly in this sort of grade. She's got the services of Justin Huxtable aboard. So good gate. I think she's a great knockout chance. She's a value play for me to wind out what has been a tough day. 4 on top, toe the line. We've had a few all over results. Hopefully she can keep that rolling. But she's on top to beat the 2 Henry's Blade. Clearly the one they've got to beat on what we saw at Mackay. But as I said, he didn't beat a lot. He faces a lot more depth here today. But he's clearly got some ability. So he's the one they've definitely got to beat. 6 Devil. He's nothing to look at, Devil. But he can fire. He can run along fresh. So don't discount him. Stanley combining, that's Justin Stanley combining with Quinton Taylor. Then I've got the 11 Dubious Love. I'm keen to see what she can do fresh here. She may have some ability, this filly, and she's got the Winkers first time with no public trials coming into this. But 4, 2, 6 and 11 for a value play for me. There's some specs coming for it now, Shenny, as I throw to you for a market update.
Oh, the Chargy Disciples jumping on for the lucky last, $23 into 19. So when you first started talking about Total Line, it was $21. Now she's firmed up another 2 points into $19. So you've got a few supporters there with you, Chargy, but our favourite is Pretty Slick at $1.85. So Henry's Blade opened in $2.30. $1.85 is the shortest that he has been. He was a first up winner, looking to get back to back he won at Mackay first up, but he's looking to go back to back this preparation. He's only one race, this will start number 10, but he has recorded a couple of wins and a couple of minor placings so far in his short career. 6 Devil, $4.20 out to $4.60, and then you've got $5. Actually, he's out to $5 now, Devil. $5.50 then for the 11, which is Dubious Love. $4 out to $6 back into $5.50. $11 for the 3, which is Pretty Slick. $8 out to $11 now. Charges on top selection here. Toe the Line is currently sitting at $19. God give Toe the Line some strength in the lucky last here, Charlie.
Oh, Oh, Shenny, something for the battlers and those supporters at the moment. Looking like baked beans on toast tonight is the order of what we're eating, but hopefully this could change it to a little bit of caviar and prawns. But toe the line, $18 is constant nibbles there, but I am terribly fond of Blade. I just think he's got a little bit of upside, but look at now it drifts out to 215. So obviously they're just having a little nibble around for a couple around him. So who that was going in wasn't toe the line. Reluctant to go in, but 215. You're shopping now about the 2 Henry's Blade, 440 about the 11 Dubious Love. And the stablemate to the favourite Devil is on the third line there at $5.50. So $17 now. So it's almost an option. We're just slowly winding in back out to 19 now. How about toe the line? Who goes in the line? Here's Russell for the last of Rockhampton.
Of course, I'm still with the pony. Pretty slick and I'm famous. Another 1,050 metres run for Garrards. So, Dubious Love, toe the line, go in. One coming up riderless, it's Devil. It's the norm for him. Up the horse and he goes. Just might need a run or two before we see the best of him, but there's been a bit of upwards about him. The tide starts 2 wins in the second. Striding fellow, pretty slick about to load. I've heard best should be very competitive in a race like this. I'm Famous, Zubasta, they'll be the last two to move in. Race again here Sunday week. Rocky Amateur, $1 million Archer. Next time he'll be front in my trade. Playing next week at the Warrnambool May Carnival. Jared Wessel will deputise for me try next week, and I'll be back with you May 4 with the running of the Archer for the Rocky Amateurs Sunday, May 4. Now, I'm Famous goes in. Now we're set. Henry's Blade runs the favourite. Red light on. Ready to jump. Flying Maple drawn down low. Racing Henry's Blade come out fast. Pretty slick Flying Maple, more stylish, all showing speed. I'm Famous coming across from a wide draw. Dubious loves it faster. Over on the inside, toe the line, and the big boy Devil went back to the rear. Henry's Blade has held them out, but he's done a bit of work. He shows the way by a neck. Pretty slick sits up second the outside. Flying Maple with a drop on that pair third. A length away then we've got I'm Famous running fourth. Further back in the field, more stylish. Devil taking the shortcuts up on the inside. Dubious Love pulled out deep, so faster. Henry's Blade and Pretty Slick there together. They're toe-to-toe at the moment. Starting to come at them out wide on the track is Toe the Line. It's coming with big bounds. Henry's Blade just in front. Pretty Slick on the outside. Toe the Line over the top of them. And Devil is starting to thread the needle late. Toe the Line in front by Devil. Quick to him, grabbed them and what? From last to first, Devil defeated Toe the Line. More stylish third, Flying Maple. And then Henry's Blade. Pretty Slick, Dubious Love, I'm Famous. So faster last. Well, when they went along like that, you knew he could get home, and get home he did. 6 Devil has reeled in Toe the Line and more stylish, and the run to the judge to land the prize. With 4, I think, going to 9th Flying Maple. 6, 4, 10, 9, the numbers after the running of racing. 6, 4, 10, 9. Well, I said pre the running of the race, he might need a run or two before we see the best, and he's a big striding fellow. First up this afternoon, but Stanley shredded the needle on him. He come from last on the home turn. He's been able to reel them in and win. 6 Devil, Justin Stanley to win attack, 510 to win, 210 to place. Second 4 Toe the Line, 330 to place. Third 10 more stylish, 270 to place.
Well, Clint Taylor, can't say what I called you when we met downstairs there, but Devil first up. He's nothing to look at, this horse, is he?
Nah, look, he's not. He's a big, ugly, big fella. But look, we've been dying to ride him that way. I think his last run, Justin got up and said, "Put this horse away. I want to ride him quiet." We knew that he'd get the speed today. And look, his jump outs have been really good. And I thought he was over the odds today, and I told him to a few people.
Yeah, he was just ordering out the back. He's shown speed in the past too, but Freshy likes to just settle and launch.
Yeah, well, look, I thought it was going to be a hot speed today. That was the plan. We wanted to put him out the back, and typical JP ride, snuck up the fence, and yeah, look, it was no surprise, Charlie. He's above average, this bloke.
Still hate you, but anyway, well done. Your other horse, Henry's Blade, he had to step up a little bit today, big weight too.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe the big weight child. I'll talk to Montana, but look, he had his chance. His sectionals up front weren't too quick. She rated him well, and look, he was probably disappointing, but I'll talk to Montana.
Well done, mate. I'll forgive you one day.
Thanks, mate.
There he is, Clint Taylor. Ugh, dear, what can you say? Devil, like an absolute thief in the night. Wins by a half under Justin Stanley, fresh. He's big, but he's plain. There's just nothing much to look at. I don't know. I don't want to bag you. He's won the race. But anyway, toe the line. She was home, bar the tea money, wasn't she, at a big price, but she just found one better. Here he is, Justin Stanley. You were out the back smoking your pipe. I wish you'd stayed there at the second horse, but let's not cry over spilt milk. Good win.
Yeah, look, it was. He's always shown a bit of ability. He won his main at Emerald over 1,000. Similar fashion, they just went too quick when he got back. And couple of starts, we stepped up over 1,200. He raced closer, but the white gate today, real pace in the race. Sort of thought he probably paid for the midfield, probably not that far back. But he's such a big horse, took a while to get the stride and never really travelled for the furlong. From the half mile, he started travelling the race nice and got it straight, and they sort of started to fan and give a squeeze. I was always confident he was going to run a good race. Had to make up my mind about 5 times if I was going to go in or out. The horse kept rolling around in front of me, but got the gap at the right time and got the job done.
Well done, mate. Yes, Justin Stanley. Oh, dear, that's hard. Anyway, well done to them. Devil and Devil backers. You're happy with that? Rightly should be too. He's now won 3 from 6, so he's building a nice record, isn't he? Fresh today, gets the job done, toe the line. I just cannot say any more. She was super, wasn't she? Under Justin Huxtable, she loomed, she looked the winner. She probably just got there a touch too well, but she was full of running. She just found one better. 10 more stylish, a better run today, has run 3rd, and the 9 Flying Maple has run 4th. As we said there, Henry's Blade just running 5th, probably felt the pinch a little bit, second up with the big weight, but 6, 4, 10 and 9, well done. That combination, Clint Taylor, Justin Stanley. How often do we see it? But Shenny, I wish we just hadn't seen it in the last. Good afternoon. Back to you.
Do you charge you? Well, you were nearly a genius taking on the favourite in the last. You nearly pulled it off. We're all cheering, toe the line, but she just found one up better there. Devil is with a perler of a ride there from Justin Stanley. Defeats toe the line for a stylish Flying Maple. Devil pays 5.10, 210, plays 3.30, toe the line. Stylish 270. Penelope's $43, trifecta 903. First 4, $5,651. Exact. Okay, that's it from Rockhampton. Thanks to Chargy for all his help up there this afternoon. We've got one more race to come from Queanbeyan, 9 minutes out. This is the Tappet Best of Friends, benchmark 58 over 1,000 metres. Bolo Miss is the favourite here at $2.07. Let's hit the Kayla.
Welcome back to Queanbeyan. We're at the last race here, which is race 7, Tab Best Friends, country boosted, benchmark 58, run over the 1,000 metres. I think it's going to be a very, very fast run race this. We've had a couple of 3 scratchings, so we're left with the field of 9. The first horse we'll look at is the one with 6 Peter. It was supposed up for Joe Cleary and Sinead Peebles, playing 3 kilos. He's a guy that's had the 5 attempts first up. He's ran a couple of placings, but yet to win. But he did come second at the track and distance first up last prep, behind My Last Hooray, who's a gelding I have a fair bit of time for. I'm sure he'll be ready to go. He looks really well, but there's a lot of speed underneath, which you can see in 8. The 2 is Princess Halo for the Joseph Jones team, and Claire Rance bottom left their apprentice claiming 2 here. She was able to ride her last start to get another win on the board at the Sapphire Coast and benchmark 66. That was in a heavy 9, but her soft form's just as good. I thought it was a very comfortable win, aided by a good ride, and I think that she won like a confident horse. I think from a soft draw today, she will get the benefit of a much softer run as opposed to a lot of the other chances here, which will put her right in contention here. The 3 is Hell of a Show for Jenny Hoy and Nick Haywood riding. He's second up here. His first up effort was fair. He got back and chased most of the way, beating 6.5 lengths to One Hard Lady, who's come out and won again since. He seems to be a gelding that takes a couple of runs before he finds his best form, but he will benefit off what's going to be a very quick speed here. The 4 is Bolo Miss, Michael Lynch and Maddie Carl. She's a lightly raced 3-year-old filly that just keeps getting better as she steps out. She ran second at her first 2 starts, and then last start was able to break through at Wellington over the 900 metres. She's a pretty straightforward looking filly that does everything right, and she showed a good turn of foot there at Wellington. I think she'll get the right run off the back of this quick speed, and that will see her hard to beat. She rides really well too. The 5 scraps will go to 6 Ariba Spirit for Richard Butler and Emma Lee, claiming 2 kilos. She's a man that's second up. She had every chance first up at the track of distance and just found Anne Thracia, who she comes across again today, a little bit too strong there. She does race well at this track of distance, though, where she's had 6 starts, 2 wins and 2 minor placings, and she gets right down in the weight off her last start run, which I think she'll appreciate. The 7 is one of the more interesting runners of the day, Akashi's Queen from Mark G and Jess Taylor picking up the ride from Chad Lever, who's not riding. She's first up, her last run was in July 2023, so she's had a long time off. She's also swapped hands in between them. She was formerly with Emma Murphy, but now with Mark G, I'm assuming because of barrier problems. He's renowned for getting horses that are handfuls going, and he's fiddled around with the gear here. She gets the blindfold and a stallion chain for the first time, which showed you that she's a bit of a handful at the barriers. She's shown plenty in her 6-start career. She's a very fast mare. She was beaten only 5 lengths of sparring at Ruby Valley at the end of one of her preparations. She's had 2 trials in preparation for today, which have been stuffed and good. If she's anywhere near her best, she's the best horse here. Shelley's next to Scott Collins and Pierre Boudabillon. She's third up, where her third up record's quite good. Her 2 runs back have been good. I thought last start, particularly at Goulburn, over the 900, where she was up on the speed and wide and kept finding the line well despite that. Another one, though, that from this wide draw, she's going to find a lot of speed underneath her, which has to see her vulnerable late. The 9's out, so we go, and the 10, so we go the 11, the Mooch for Michael Lynch and Winona Costin. She seems quite a hard trying there, despite being only 2 weeks.
Wallace!
I didn't think she'd be on the line well enough last start.
Welcome to the gang, Wallace.
She is another runner that can get back off this quick speed.
Long time haven't seen you.
Last of our runners is the 12, Thracia, for Korean Damon Butler. Both of her career wins have come at Queanbeyan, so she races well at her home track.
Give the war. This is not the place, Wallace. It's Queanbeyan. They're playing mostly odds, but last 3 handicap races, they went with the pressure line. So if you look at what's going on, the 4 is with the highest pressure line.
First preparation with her, how did she come about getting a
little bit of history of barrier.
Queen is possible between 4 and 8 or 4 and 7. A forecast is possible. 4 and 7, 4 and 8. 8 is getting tailed. It's a neutral. Both of them are neutral. But having said that, the problem is this track, they also have management issues here. So I'm staying out most of the races. I'm staying out most of the races, Wallace. Tomorrow we might have some good races coming up at Doomben, Geelong.
She is now. I think there might have been a
So
little injury.
things are pretty neat. Bucephalus, yes. Bucephalus is the bot. He does some pretty cool stuff.
Ligament injury, but certainly, she's certainly a lovely, big, strong.
Fabulous, Wallace. So good to see you. So good to see you.
She's always very fast in her races, in her early couple of preparations. But as you mentioned, she looked a lot more relaxed
So
than the
good to
trial, so
see
we'd
you.
like to see her in
Oh, look, I said to Jesse,
Tomorrow is going to be a better day. It's a Wednesday. We can take chances. Some of the best of the tracks are there. Doomben is there, though it is soft. But I think if we get Geelong, we might take Geelong. That 7 is also getting tailed. The 8 is also getting tailed. So I take back my words.
Farm, she works on an easy rain. So I'll be interested to see how she goes.
I take back my words. The 4 is okay, but has tremendous management issue.
That's right. Not a lot of information, but that's a very honest answer. I mean, I suppose it's hard to be too confident with a horse that's first up off such a long spell that also can do a little bit wrong. But as I mentioned, Mark G is an excellent horseman that's been able to get this horse.
5 is not there. Where did you get a 5?
I was just having a chat to Jess Taylor, who rides it before, and she said she's actually a very quiet mare. Just
The 5 is not there. Where did you get a 5? 5 has been scratched.
Hard to get it out of them. But my late male here, I'm with the 4.
Motorboat. It's not there. It's
Just think she's such a lovely little straightforward filly. She gets herself up.
yeah, Alexander's horse. That's Bucevelli's. But 5 has been scratched. You don't have 5.
Break her maiden here with such good speed around her. I think Maddie Carr will be able to be just in behind them, and it should set up for something to get back off the speed a bit and get over the top of them. And I think that will be her. From the 2, Princess Halo. As I mentioned, I probably, had she drawn out, would have had a few other horses ahead.
A high-paying place and a chance is 7 probably.
Ahead of a few of the other chances here. And for third, I put the one Kissing Supedo.
A high-paying chance is 7 probably. But I don't know. It's getting tailed.
So he certainly looks ready to go, but he will find a lot of pressure here. And then for fourth, I put the 7, Cash's Queen, interesting runner there. Mark G, as he said, he couldn't give us much information there, but if she's anywhere near her best, I think she's certainly a class above a few of these horses here. And I know it's first up off such a long spell, but I thought she's been doing everything right at the trials, and I was quite pleased to hear that they are going to ride her a little bit quieter than what we've seen in the past, because she probably doesn't need to get in a speed battle first up here. She certainly is a big girl. She probably paraded a bit big here, but Jess Taylor's just jumped off her, heading up to the barriers there.
Okay, race 6.
Look at market, sorry. Our favourite is the 4
5.
Bolo Miss. So they're getting out of touch.
The 5 was the check that I was, that was not within the odds, and I was very surprised why it is not within the odds. Here it is the same thing with the 7. That 7 is not within the odds.
$6. The Mooch has been $9 to $9.50. Shelley's Ace is $8 right out to $11.
If for any reason the 4 fails,
Ariba's Spirit out to $21. And Cash's Queen, I'm really surprised, is our outsider.
if for any reason the 4 fails,
$10. So that really surprises me. Said I think it's going to be a very fast run race. I mean, typically at Queanbeyan over the 1,000 metres, you want to find the horses that are going to be in front on the fence. But I tell you what, here I think you should be looking for a horse that will be taking a sit off the big speed, because I think there'll be a lot of pressure in the first few, and I just don't think that they'll be able to sustain it. That pressure will probably come from Kissing Supedo out wide. Princess Halo was actually supposed to be ridden quieter last start, but jumped so well and found herself in the first couple, so she can hold a spot from a soft draw. Bolo Miss will probably take a sit behind them.
the problem with the rural track, Wallace, is
Is a hard going little mare sometimes that
I can't make out whether the tailing is for what reason. They should not be having a problem with the management, because not a lot of traffic is in here, but there are tailings, so that's one of the things that I still can't make out with the rural tracks. I know Flemington, Randwick tailing is all because of their internal management, but here
winner out the Central West at Wellington.
I can't make out.
Last time out. Now Kissing Supedo.
And I get nervous to
It's the next one to come forward from
play.
the local jockey. Sinead Peebles rode a double down at Moruga on Saturday. And Sky
Anyway, I'm going to be out. I'm not going to. This is the last race. I haven't put any bet apart from the one, the second or the third one. Well, it put 7 down. 7. Yes, that's a chance, Wallace. It should get a place. Or if the 4 fails for any reason, then probably you're looking at a.
Okay, just about all set. The tag Best Friends Country Boosted 58 over the 1,000. Boldo Miss will run just favourite in front of the heavenly backed Kissing Sapedo, and they're ready. Stand by. Holding them. They're off now. Bolo Miss came away about midfield. Kissing Sapedo was fast away, but it's got to try and offset a wide gate. She's putting the handlebars down to try and do that. Kissing Sapedo roaring across. Princess Halo kicking up to make her earn it. And then came Bolo Miss, who gets to third, the favourite from Ariba's Spirit. And then Cashier's Queen from Anthracia way off the track. Then came the Mooch, hell of a show. And Shelley's Ace, the last one, Kissing Sapedo. She cut across from the outside gate to lead and down the hill, 400 to go. Bolo Miss 2 lengths away second. Anthracia's third. And then came Princess Halo. So Kissing Sapedo, a length and a half to Bolo Miss once they turn. Princess Halo's in third. Anthracia, then came the Mooch. It's Kissing Sapedo in front, but she's on empty. Bolo Miss has got her, and Anthracia, and through the middle, the Mooch. Anthracia out wide, and the Mooch. Anthracia,
the 7 is last. 11, 12.
Bolo Miss has run third. And then came Shelley's Ace from Princess Halo. And Kissing Sapedo got a big stitch down the home straight. Ariba's Spirit, Cashier's Queen, and hell of a show. Number 12 will win here. Anthracia on the outside. The outside always with a little advantage here at Queanbeyan, and that's been able to win there. Anthracia, Damon Butler for Paul Fakuri.
12, 11.
Very wide run.
4.
Was no better than 4 and 5 wide the whole way. And I'm confident the outside horse will just win this, although it is quite close. The 11's come back right on the line.
7 was the last.
So just stand by here. Judges called for the photo. Still no number.
So what happened is 12 was anyway we were talking about. 4. The problem is the management. The 12, then 11 came in. 12, the advantage. Understand this. How are they doing it? I don't know. But that is it. That is it. I don't know. This is why it has become so difficult to play here at the rural tracks, but that's something that we got to take with a pinch of salt. But that is it. You see, the thing is, here it was a 1400 meter that went with the pressure line. There was a 1200 meter that went with the pressure line. There was a 1200 meter that went with the pressure line. Apart from this 5 losing because of just one race, but the rest of the stuff kind of played the pressure line. On 1000 meter, it should have been the pressure line, but no, it became the advantage line. And how that happened and why they couldn't deliver is something that only God knows and they know. But if we look